Welcome to this evening's Mars Anomalies and Beyond podcast. Oh yeah. What's going on here, folks? What is happening? Barely made it in here, folks. Barely. I love it when you're working and you say, well, I'm going to have a podcast today, and then all of a sudden, got to be at work later. You got to love that. It's the best. Hate it when that happens. So I figured I'd try to get on here as quick as possible, and I'm completely in disarray. No, I'm kidding. Not quite that bad, but got a few good things to talk about here. Oh, yeah, here he is. Whoop, wrong one. Let's do it that way. What up, folks? Get settled in here. How is everybody this fine day, evening, morning, depending on where you're at? Time for a little roll call here. What is this? Oh, make the screen bigger. Gotta love that. All right, Mimi's in there. Rico's in there. What's going on? Good to see everybody in there. Mr. Tav Baker's in there. Mr. Ricardo Petrazzi's in there. Julian's in there with the thumbs up. Thank you very much. Sharpie, Mr. Sharpie's in there. Mimi, I was first. Uh-oh, they're duking it out already. Oh, that ain't good. First to come in, then four. Who's going to be here the latest or last? That's funny. Yeah, Ricardo says, click it. Boom, thumbs up, folks. Sharpie, my finger got caught in the electric tape and the position. Oh, that's not good. Equalizer, what's happening? Good to see you in there. So good evening. 21:08 hours here. Man. It's like 9 o'clock. Ricardo, now, children. No arguing. Wild Mountain Bear, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Says hello. Everyone. Let's see. Michelle, what's going on? Good to see you in there. I did check some emails, by the way, so I did get your messages, and thank you for the kind words as always. Long Island, New York, 1395 says, "What's up, all?" And going to be in and out. That happens. Oh, let's see. Don't call me baby. That's not good. When did I have a birthday? I don't have a birthday yet. Sharpie, been hitting the bowl again, haven't you? Arts and Grabs, what's going on? Good to see you in there. And finally, I made it to a live. Hello, everyone, and wishing you all well. Happy birthday, Chris. Where's the birthday at? I didn't know I had my birthday yet, but I'll take Christmas, birthday gifts, any kind of gifts you want to give me. July, guys, July. Oh, let's see. Peter Moore, what's happening? Good to see you there. Sunday here in New Zealand. Cheers. Someone going down, just got my binoculars ready. There you go. See what's out there. Metalhead, what's going on? Good to see you in there as well. He says, hello, everybody. Oh, man. So how was everybody's day? I'm just curious. Here was rainy and crap, but it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do. But, I always tell people, listen, if I got to work, if it's raining, don't care. I said, be my luck. I'd be on a vacation, and it would be raining all week. But I got to be honest. At least I've been lucky lately. Every time I go on vacation, I might get like one day of rain, depending on where you're at. Sorry, I was following the chat. Keep one. Hello, everybody. All right. I didn't get to see these top ones up here. Interesting. Ricardo earlier says, hello. Neil Atkins, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Mr. Glenn Judd's in there. Powellsbo, Washington. All right. Metalhead, you said it's beautiful here in Los Angeles. Angeles. Yeah, lately, what was the last couple of years? You guys been getting hammered with fires and everything else. My cousin was, I forgot what town he lived in, but he was out west over in Cali as well. He ended up moving back to the East Coast because he said, man, it's brutal. I think one of his house itself and his buddy's house, they were so close to one of those huge fires. He said, I've had enough. I don't blame him, you know. Now he's back on the East Coast. Daybreaker, what's happening? He said, greetings to you, Chris, and all good folk. Well, greetings to you, Daybreaker. Good to see you in there. Yeah, I was just going to say that, too, up in Canada as well, right? Rico, you said smoky here in the city here in Calgary. Forest fire north of here. Yeah, I know. It's scary. It's going to be dangerous, too, right? Dan Caprillas, what's going on? If I'm pronouncing that right. If I'm not, just let me know. It says, hi, everybody. You said last video was amazing. That place looks like Roman ruins, columns, and all. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much in these photos, right? And I've seen them passed around, you know, like I said, that last video I had done, where it's passed around everywhere, you know, social sites and, you know, YouTube and stuff like that. I'm going, look into the photos, folks. Don't look at them. And when you really start to get into these, and I even told you folks, when you get into this photo, you know, even the gigapan that we analyzed, at least part of it, when we got into it, I said, I don't have to do a thing to it. I can see crazy things in this photo that clearly are not just simple rocks. Like I said, if you see one thing, you go, you know, you can pass it off as natural, of course. Two things, even a couple things, you know, you'd be all right. But when you start seeing all these kind of shapes and things that look like parts branching off from each other and just wild-looking things. In fact, there may be a second part to that because I analyzed there's another part of it to the left of that rock, really got into it, and it almost looked like a statue. And it's on a cutaway platform. That's what's really weird. You know, again, they want you to focus on that one thing that really stands out. Don't look at the rest of it, just what stands out. And that's where people's mistakes are. Everybody does the same thing. Everybody I know, they just dive after that one thing. Look, rock, stone. And clearly it does look like one. You know, and I even said that in the video. But is there more to it? Yes, absolutely. And then they don't bother to look at the rest of it. I'm going, I just don't get it. I just don't understand it. Mimi, you said cloudy here in Germany. Well, I hope it clears up for you. It's supposed to be doing the same here. Like I said, it's a whole whopping 66 degrees Fahrenheit here. And it's supposed to get a little hair bit warmer when because it's starting to break up a little bit. Sun will probably peak out before the evening comes, and it'll be around 70-ish. So we'll see what happens there, right? Patron, what's happening? Good to see you in there. He said, hi, Chris. Good to have you in there, Patron. Great for all's in there. Says, hello, everyone. Sky Blue says, missed you last week. Nice to see you back. Well, nice to see you too there, Sky Blue. I think you even said that on the last podcast. I think you said something like that. You said, oh, darn it, I missed it, something like that. I don't know if that was you or not, but yeah. The Judge of Levels says, good day, my friend. Well, good day to you. It's glad to have you aboard. I noticed a lot of new people jumping in here. Have you folks noticed that? Which I'm glad that more and more people are jumping in there because it's like, you know, I like watching things that, you know, it's of your interest, right? So you get in there and you say, I just wonder what it's all about. And and if you're into any of this kind of thing, then it's going to be right up your alley, right? So, you know, it's nice to have new people aboard. And again, welcome aboard everybody that's new here in the chat. I hope you subscribed and then hit that little notification bell. It helps. Super Rupert 11 says, greeting from beautiful Stockholm, Sweden. Oh, good to have you in there. Super Rupert. Oh, yeah. Sharpie said the last video was great. Yeah, I mean, you tried to I try to bring on as much as I can without overdoing the photo, because clearly you can really wreck a photo, right? But when you get into these things, and again, just pull the lines out, just enough to pull the lines, nothing more. And you find some crazy stuff in there. Clapton rules, he said. You can see text in the images. Mm-hmm. Yep. Dennis Branham, what's happening? Is it Branham or Branham? Said, made it. Good to have you in there, Dennis. Archer Krause said, I want to thank everyone for always being so welcoming. I know this live stream is the best, but I just wanted to show my gratitude to all, to you all, and Chris. You all mean a lot to me. Well, I appreciate that, Archer Krause. You know, it's like we're this big happy family, and it's really weird because it's like I said, when you don't see somebody in here you're used to seeing, you go, wow. It's like they just pop and you go, oh, okay, great. I'm glad to see they're doing okay. Because a lot of times if somebody goes missing, we're like, anybody see that person? We just don't see you. So I'm glad, I know people's lives are busy. I get that. And, you do your thing, but it's always good to have people aboard because they get to see, they get to share stuff with everybody here, including myself and vice versa. So that's why we have a great time here. Vanilla Pat, what's happening? He said, just got here. Have you seen those videos of Mr. B's channel where people took pictures of what looks like two suns? Yeah, I think I've seen a couple of them floating around, and don't get too excited about them. I know they want to say it's, what do you call it, Nibiru and all that stuff. It's not. It's just flares, lens flares. I've seen many of these. I'm not sure I've seen that particular one, but many I've seen. People go, oh, look, Nibiru. Then why don't people see that every single day if it's that close to Earth? Think about that a minute. So I find it interesting that some people actually get hooked on that, and they go, oh, my God, he's right. No. If Nibiru was that close, first of all, we'd probably be ripping our planet apart. That would be for starters. Secondly, we'd see this every single day. I mean, if you really think about it, like let's say you see the planet today. It's just that, sunset, and you happen to see it. Wouldn't you see that every single day? I mean, it's not going to just pop in and out of existence, right? So clearly something's going on, if that was the case. And I've seen a bunch of them, and it's kind of a, people can't get really hooked on that. Okay, Dennis, you said I may look new, but I've had this site for a long time, watcher of your video. I appreciate that, Dennis. I really do. And sometimes that's what kind of messes me up, too. I'll go, like some people change their names or either shorten it or change it around. There's nothing wrong with that, but then it screws me up, and I don't go, the avatar looks familiar, but for some reason the name's different. I'm going, okay, now I'm really screwed up. Sharpie, you said, Chris, are you in Utah? No, I am not. I'm in West Virginia, tri-state area. Master Killer, what's going on? Number one says, hey, brother, I'm in the sunny, cloudy Glasgow, I'm sorry, LOL. Where in Scotland are you? Like I said, I'm in WV, West Virginia, tri-state area. Moved down here, wasn't born and raised here. Moved down here in 2004. Rico says, we need a hot tub party. That could be kind of dangerous, though, couldn't it? Interesting and dangerous. Pete Ferrero, what's happening? Good to see you. You say, hello, Chris. A little late, but here. No, I'm glad to have you in there, Pete. Hope you're doing good. Let's see. I guess it's just M9. 144K. Archer Craftsy said, yes, I completely agree, Chris. Like a big family, and we all wish each other the best and hope to hear from each other on the live stream. Yeah, I mean, it's just because you're so used to everybody being here, right? And even if we were just talking off topic or whatever, it's still good to have the people that are normally here, Great bunch of people. That's what I love to see. Judge of Levels even agrees, says, wonderful group. Always good to have people in there. If they're good people, I don't care. Okay, where you're from and where you're at. Don't bother me at all. Ricardo, he said, recent JPL NASA articles are starting to show signs of them acknowledging major flood events on Mars past. There was recently an article on Mail. I keep seeing the same thing. You're right. You're absolutely right. And it's like they're trying to, now they're like, oh, yeah, we'll admit it now. Yeah, we're good now. But they've been talking about this forever, though, right? And then it kind of like it just gets pushed a little further. Then there's a little bit more talk about it. Then there's a little more talk about it. It's like, just come out with it already. Good God. The Judge of Levels says same guy talks and makes cloud videos. Really? That don't sound very exciting. Great for All says 2 suns, flat Earth. Meh. No thanks. Great for All. Yeah. Ricardo, he said, Bureau 3600-year nonsense is just that. Well, I mean, let's suppose, because there was ancient writings about this, so people are going by that. Now, let's suppose that's true. We'll probably never see it in our lifetime, unless it was like the end of that. It was like 99 years ago. That would be pretty interesting. But not likely going to happen. Now, they do acknowledge there is a 10th planet. Well, 9th planet now, because we know Pluto's no longer. It's been downgraded again. But so now they're saying that if you include Pluto at the time, there was a 10th planet. And they do acknowledge that. But what they're also saying now is, like, and I've talked about this before, where they're saying there's more planets in our solar system that are just further way out. And this is the reason why we just don't see them. But now they're starting to acknowledge it, starting to see more and more of these things. So there's more planets in our solar system than originally thought. And we do, again, have our own, we got 2 moons. And I forget what it's called. There was just an article on that recently as well. And we've talked about this before. It's an elliptical orbit. It's basically a rock. It's not really a moon per se, but they call it a moon. Pretty interesting. Maybe reacts. She said, maybe it's just space gas. Interesting. Could be. Oh. Oh, doesn't surprise me. Sharpie said, Chris, have you seen Jean Ward's latest video? I have. Interesting. There was one that had a shape almost like if you had your fingers together. It's like this, kind of shape like that. Listen, there's no way that these things are natural. And there was a video I just saw, and this gentleman here just does normal going out hiking and all this other stuff. He said he was on Google, I think he's on Google Earth, and he was looking at, I don't know if it was in the state of Utah or somewhere. I think it might have been. And where he traveled from the West Coast, well, when I say West Coast, west end of it, I should say, to the east part of it, eastern part of the state, he goes in and he says, these things look like structures. And guess what? It looks not exactly like we see in Jean Ward's, where you have, looks like megalithic blocks with like something on top or many things on top. But it's built a lot like it. Like they have these large structures and they're stone. Perfect way to insulate yourself from radiation and the sun and everything. I'll keep you at a certain temperature, so on and so forth. So I found that really interesting that this guy was there, and you can see where this collapsed, right? Collapsed, look like domes and structures. And guess what? All you see is a bunch of crap on these different shaped boulders and everything on the sides of these hills. And guess what? What do we see on Mars? Very similar, right? Sharpie, thank you very much for your support, brother. I always appreciate you. These things went backwards right above Sharpie's. He said, Limey Watcher, what's going on? He said, hi, Chris, and hope all is well. It is. How you doing here, Limey? Hope you're doing well as well. Pat S., he said, John Lear said we have 40 planets, all with civilizations. Listen, I promise you there's a lot more than that. But, you know, when you think about just look at the Hubble and the other telescope that's out there now, and all of these other spacecrafts out in space looking at outer space, right? It's just, there's no way. Listen, you know, I don't know if you guys have seen this article as well. They were talking about some of these asteroids and meteors and stuff like that, right? And how a lot of them may have brought the water we have here on Earth to here. I'm going, okay, So let's assume that is the real deal, and that's what brought water here to Earth. Okay. First of all, there's probably microorganisms living there and brought from somewhere else, and this is how it seeded Earth. But wouldn't it also do the same thing with other planets everywhere else in the universe and multi-universe? There's an article about that too. They said there's a universe that's right now. I don't know if you might have seen it, Ricardo, because I know you're pretty savvy on a lot of this, and a lot of you folks are on this. If you go to the NASA site, they're talking about how there's another universe, almost a parallel universe, that time actually runs backwards. So I'm like, okay, that's interesting. But getting back to the asteroid and kind of water thing and everything else, if that's what happened here on Earth, why would Earth be the only planet? Anybody answer that for me? Just want to say a quick hello to Raul Duke. Hello, glad I could catch it live from KCMO. V4 Skunk says, the question was, who thinks World War III coming soon? I think there's a lot of tensions, but I think they're very cautious about what they do. It's one thing to go bomb, a country or whatever, but to have a full-blown world war, I think they all are cautious because they know what can happen. You know what I mean? It's too easy. They just, boom, hit the button, the big button. But that won't happen again. We've got other technology to waste another country. Alien. This is where you go by. It shows an alien. Good to have you in there. Pete, you said your last video was unbelievable. NASA really should be ashamed of themselves. It's true. It's almost just like they're letting it out now. You notice that? It shouldn't be that easy to find this. Now, of course, what's really weird is that, I wouldn't say weird, but I guess you can jump to the conclusion. You say, well, then if there's that many things in this photo that are much like we have here on Earth, chances are it's Earth. Well, why would you say that? Because obviously if they're gonna try to do their best to hide it, right? Common sense would tell you that. So, if you're going to lie about it, like I said about the moon, same thing, then why put anything in the photo if you're going to lie and just make these photos up? And if it is here on Earth, I wouldn't go out of my way to take a picture of something that's here on Earth. In other words, let's say a junkyard or a city that's been devastated in some other country. I wouldn't take a picture of that and then disguise it and then have to hide everything in the photo. It just wouldn't make any sense. Too time-consuming, too much of a pain in the rear end. They just had a recent photo come down from China's a rover on Mars, and interesting stuff in that photo. That's going to be one we're going to take a look at too. Oh yeah. Ricardo, he said, I'm a long-term subscriber on another channel where they call the live chat the Ideas Room. I guess you can call it that in a sense, right? If you know it, you know. Hey, Digger, what's going on? You say hello, Chris. Been a while from Parkersburg area, West Virginia. What's going on, neighbor? Good to have you in there. Been up there several times. That's when I was a professional drug runner. Oops, I mean, what? No, I actually used to work for a company that would actually, they ship meds to different, facilities and stuff like that, and I would do that. Been up there a few times. Keep One says, tablets mention people living on Mars a long time ago. Yeah, I mean, I think they've lived there for, probably hundreds and thousands of years, like man has lived here on Earth. And it just recently, although they claim, and I've got an article about this, this is where, and you guys are going to love this when I show you this article, and you know the gentleman I'm talking about and everything, where and I'll give you a big hint, talks about the nuclear explosions on Mars. And they changed it a little bit because I don't remember reading what they write. And we'll get back to that. But I think this was just recently a demise of Mars. And I'm not saying like 2 months ago. I'm going back probably 80 years ago, 100 years ago. It might be a lot longer than that. However, unless everything's made out of super pure stainless steel, we still see objects that look like machines. We have water. There's a water cycle on this planet. Not everywhere, but on some parts of the planet. Like Gale Crater, where Curiosity is. And there's, you have windstorms, so you got erosion. You have water, like I said. So, and if a lot of that is being, well, some of it will be, evaporated, like we got a lot of brine, which is highly salted water, right? High salt content water, and if it's being rained back down, regular steel would what? At some point rust away and everything else. So, the stuff we're still seeing doesn't make any sense. So to me, this is recent, and I even if we were to call it 500 years ago, who knows the real date? Just pure speculation. So, but when you think about it, this wasn't really that long ago. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but yeah, pretty cool and pretty bad at the same time. MG Toes in the house. What's going on? He says, howdy. So much out there around the Oort cloud at over 140. Oh, yeah. Astronomical units, if that's correct, right? That is. I'm going to jump down here in the bottom, so if anybody's asked me a question, please do so again. You want to leave too many people hanging? Kind of sucks. Everybody's like going crazy here. Custom Tailored One, what's going on? He said, hey, everyone. Dennis Brownham, you said, I think around a couple of decades, but I do believe it could be as close as 2 years of any minute now. We're going to have to have a what do you call it, a Phoenix event. Well, that could be. Could very well be. While a Mountain Bear says, yeah, scientists try and tell us that there has been water on Mars for 4 billion years, not buying that. Well, has been no water, yes. No, I don't believe that either. Like I said, I mean, and they get a water cycle. It's not like we have here at Earth, of course, but it does rain. It does have a little bit of precipitation. And, yeah, it's not that long ago. In fact, they even say, some people are saying that there is still water on Mars. And, again, it's not like here on Earth, because you'd see a lot more, ocean area as opposed to land mass, right? Dan, you said, Chris, I agree. It's pretty recent, some thousands of years, tops. Ricardo, he said, I'm on the side with the nuclear explosion thing, being in the very recent past. I was probably less than 100 years ago. Yeah, I agree. And the weird thing about it, I don't know why I keep thinking we've done it. Think about it. How long would it take for the nuclear fallout to bleed off? They're saying anywhere between 75 and 100 years. Now, when you look at Chernobyl, they said now you can go into Chernobyl. When did that take place? Do the math. It's not so dangerous anymore. They don't recommend you live there, but it's not so dangerous. At one point, you couldn't go anywhere near it, and you would pretty much, you're going to be sick and die. But now you can pretty much go there. Again, they don't recommend you sleep there or get an apartment there. But, I mean, think about it. And then when you think about the weathering, okay, don't get me wrong, the wind it's not as strong as it is here on Earth. Like they said, at 300 mile an hour is like probably 60 here on Earth. Okay, but if it's constant storms and windstorms and just kind of blowing around, at some point, you shouldn't see anything that would pointy, areas like, even if it was a machine and had protrusions of something sticking out, you think it'd be one out of, if it was billions of years ago. Same thing with, the water eroding it, so on and so forth. I mean, rusting it out. So unless everything's pure stainless steel, I just don't understand it. There's no way it took place that long ago. SpaceLink TV, what's going on? Thomas, good to have you in there. He said 30 years radioactivity. Well, that's what I'm saying. It goes, when you think about it, let's say it's 75 to 80 years, makes perfect sense. Enough of that has gone by, and they could probably, clean that up as well if they really wanted to be that in that area, right? You also said rumors that Mars was bombed in the late 80s. Well, they said there was 2 large explosions in 1941. So if we do the math, you got 39, and you got what? You got 59, 62 years? Not bad. Yeah, well, that's true, Ricardo. He said if you go visit Chernobyl now, you'll be in a war zone. But you know what I mean? Prior to any of that crap there going on, you know what I mean? It was interesting because you could literally go there now and, like I said, walk around. But again, they don't recommend you be there for, any long period of time. Sharpie said, could the nukes be an asteroid? Also, did anyone see the rocket missile explode on the moon to cover up structures of evidence? You're talking about the 2-piece? They had 2 of them. One was a warhead. One was it had the instruments on it. You talking about that a while back, Sharpie? There's Mr. Mauricio Rocha. What's happening? He said, hi, everyone from Brazil. What's going on? Good to have you in there. Thought I seen you in there. Dan, you said, Chris, you were right again. Pretty recent. And a sandstorm at Mars levels burying everything. Yeah, you'd think. Now, don't get me wrong. I guess at some point, wind could uncover stuff that's in dirt, light sand. But it'll also cover it up at some point, or just the sand blowing out all the road, objects on the surface. Then you got things that can get rusted and so. In other words, something that long ago, I just don't believe it. I don't believe that. Laura Lala said, I believe we came from Mars, in my humble opinion. You actually may be right. It depends on if you believe in the theory of panspermia. Again, we know that Mars had explosions, and in that article I'm going to show you, this actually says it's pretty much, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. It said it was a natural thing. No. Now, that doesn't mean these kind of events do not happen, but you'll see what I mean in a moment. If you believe that, where the theory of panspermia, where something hits the planet, of course, all kinds of ejecta goes out into space. It makes its way to different planets, including our own. And we have found parts of, Mars, like little meteorites from there, and Antarctica. And they found microbes on it, at least fossilized or whatever it might have been. So that could be, and they say our body's more rigged or more tuned to actually, and if anybody's listening on big speakers, that probably just blew their woofers right out. If that's true, then what's going on here? Oh, hold on. This thing just jumped on me here. Anyway, what I was getting at was, like I said, if it came here, started life on this planet, it could do the same thing on other planets. Got a little sidetracked there, so forgive me for that. So you know what I'm saying. I don't think, life could have started here, but I don't believe that's the case. I think it started other places. I think we are Martians. Now, as silly as that may sound, if you're from Mars, you can call that. But I think that's the case. Rick, Graham, what's going on? He said, hi, Chris. I'm getting on the train to New York. Glad to make the hangout. Well, I'm glad to have you in there, Rick. Must be just getting out of work. Nothing like it. I see you replying to Dennis, where he says, maybe Mars was Eden, just a thought. Well, they have said that too. And Ricardo, you said Earth is Atlantis and Mars was Eden in the ancient lexicon. Yep. Dennis, you said, yep, we can't be sure really have anything. We've been lied to so much, and history's been rewritten. That's a fact. Backyard Astronaut, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Say, hello, Chris. Love your work. It's still a big deal to them to sort of hide the truth from us due to their opinion of us not being ready. Well, that's true. But you think by now, you think we'd be good to go. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Heathen of San Diego. He said, we took the moon here, used the moon like a canteen. We dumped it on here, the Great Flood. Interesting. Daybreaker said we were on Mars, Earth, and many other planets long ago. I believe we were. If you go back thousands of years ago, I believe we were. Because keep in mind, people go, well, that's impossible, man. Look at the planets. I mean, some are too hot, some are too cold. Well, we also have, we're a binary star solar system as well. So we had sun on the other end of the solar system. So you're getting heat from two stars or our suns. Very good possibility. Maybe the planets weren't so close to the sun at one point. A larger Goldilocks zone, if you will. So how do we know that? Space Link TV says, yes, King Alula was a written event on the 5th tablet of Enki. Yeah, those tablets are interesting, folks. If you ever get a chance to read these things, insane. Awesome. Now, I've always said, listen, either these writings are a mastermind of a sci-fi writer back in the day, or this stuff actually did happen. Think about it. These people didn't have TV and entertainment at their home. They had nothing but they can look up at the stars. And if they did have, visitors from another planet, like I've always said, let's put yourself, if you can teleport yourself back in time, and all of a sudden something comes flying out of the sky and lands right there, and the people look a lot like us, we're going to consider them as gods. They teach you agriculture, language, whatever it may be, mechanics, mathematics, you name it. They're not, they would be considered a god. I would think so, because the only thing I've ever seen fly in the sky was birds and, bugs back in the day. So something like that comes out of the sky, first of all, everybody's going to freak out. But on the other side of the token, they're also going to be, oh my God, it's our gods. They're gods. They have the gift of flight, which many times they're right in the ancient texts. They had the gift of flight. There's so many writings about it. So they were either really fantastic looking, I'll show you that in a second. We'll get to that in a second. So again, if they were either really fantastic writers or they basically made it like a paramount, thing to actually write about these. You know what I mean? It was very important to them. Great for All says, hit the thumbs up so YouTube shares this. Absolutely. Daybreak, he said, octopi certainly qualify. Yes. How many times they said that the octopus or octopi are not from this planet. Mr. Nacho Libre, what's going on? Good to see you in there. So good evening, sir. Looking better than ever. Hope everyone is doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. It's good to have you in there, Nacho. Alien Tenno's in there. Hi, Chris and chat. Dennis says there was a rocket or something that went over where the Hawaiian telescopes are. It was pretty interesting and bright. Yeah, some of these things are crazy, right? Laura, you said that they were talking about Mars all last night on the History Channel. Well, like I said, I was throwing these ideas around before where we were talking about, this big outbreak of the Pentagon talking about UFOs. Everybody's talking about UFOs. It's like, listen, my stance on it is if you haven't taken a photo, and I mean a really good 4K photo of one, and of course people right off the bat would automatically think it's fake anyway, this is the reason why the government doesn't care. If I was to go out there and somehow I happen to have my 4K camera out and I just happen to, bam, hit a UFO, people go, that's fake, it's too clear. Would you not? And folks, I would. I'd go, that's a little too clear. But My God, that thing looks awesome. You know what I mean? If it was a real UFO. And I've often said, listen, I've seen enough on the moon, what they're hiding on in these moon photos, and Mars, I don't give a damn. I know that they're out there. So it doesn't even faze me in the least bit. So when I see people talking about UFOs, yawn, not really impressed. And most of them are garbage anyway. They're night vision, like I said, we talked about the different light spectrums and never daylight, crystal clear photo. And what's funny about it, the ones that are just hovering, the way the heck off in the distance, you can't make out, all you see is a blob in the sky. Come on, show me the real deal. And then I'll stop, like, oh, okay, now here we go. Now, Phoenix lights, things of that sort. Again, it was nighttime. And of course, people are like, oh, no, those are drones. Let's go back some time. This was not last week. This quite a while ago. TNT 87, 1998. Instead of the power source, what if the pyramids were a weapon used against Mars? I guess that could be, but it'd have to still be some kind of power unit, right? To be able to power up and be used as a weapon. But yeah, interesting theory. It might have been just as crude as can be, because we talked about this where, all they have to do is just send like a nuclear warhead, send another one that's basically a germ warfare missile, and just put every concoction we can possibly think that could kill a human being. And then, of course, they're not 100% human. It doesn't matter. Send these diseases over to them, something they can put in the air. It just goes up, just kills everything. And if not, the nuclear blast will, one way or the other. So if you found a planet that had, they had no way to protect themselves or anything of that sort, you just said, we need to take it over and we can take all that technology to boot. Well, this is what I would do. I'd try to do as less damage as possible so we can have as many things untouched so we can get the technology. And then at some point we can get to Mars and actually live in these structures and use the stuff that they have still left there. Now, I've seen things that look completely intact, and some things are just, many things I should say, are in turmoil. Been totally trashed and thrashed about, Alfie Joe Bob, good to see you in there as well. Said, hi, Chris and friends. What is happening? All right, Thomas, you guys ought to check out this gentleman's channel, by the way, Space Link TV. Write that down. Go check out his work. He said, I got to go, Chris. We'll listen in later. Keep up the good work. I appreciate it, Thomas. You do the same. Thomas has that channel, does incredible work. And if you see some of the work he does and some of the things he finds, you're going to be like, wow, this is sweet. He also posts on Facebook as well, but just go right to the channel here on YouTube and you won't be disappointed. It's pretty good stuff. Good man, too. He's honest and right down to earth. Gabby C., your question was, have you read The Gateway Experience by the CIA on Consciousness? I'm trying to remember if I remember it being called something else. It was along them lines, consciousness, like you're saying. I'm trying to remember, though, if it was like remote viewing type thing. Ricardo, so whose birthday is it really? It's really mine. You can show me with gifts now. Oh, while Mountain Bear says Akhenaten was considered an alien pharaoh. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, the shape of his skull and everything else, it looked like it was elongated and everything. They kind of called him that. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, there's a whole lot of birthdays. Dennis says, happy birthday, Gabby. It's my birthday, too. I'm 63. Oh, happy birthday to both of you. Sharpie said, Chris, I was at Phoenix that week, and I was asleep as I had jet lag. Did you proceed to punch yourself in the face a few times? Because you're going, oh, my God, I totally missed this. That would have been sweet. He said, just woke up to the news, yeah. Yeah, I would imagine. Must have been, man, where the heck was I at? Let's see. Ricardo said that Andrew Collins just released a very fascinating lecture video on the very first female pharaoh, megalithic mania. What is it? Mytho. Oh, okay. Mania UK channel. Huh. It seemed to me I heard there was supposed to be a female, but I'm not sure about all that. Is it possible? Sure, I guess. But you know how it was back in the day. Women, couldn't be of any. Let me see. Women couldn't be like, if anything, of any power back in the day, but who knows, right? Let's see. Sky Blue said they say sand blowing on Mars, but I think maybe they should say regolith. So fine could be called powder or dust that causes massive windstorms that black out for longer because of low gravity. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's very fine anyway, right? Because it's not like, again, 300 miles an hour winds here, there rather, is like a 60 mile an hour here, which is still, you don't want to be sandblasted in that. That's quite a bit. And that would hurt. Arts and Crafts, he said, there's a tribe. One example is the cargo cult, which we talked about before, who worship and built structures, etc., from the World War II soldiers to return. With no disrespect, that disproves my opinions about aliens and religion. No, but I mean, you're right about the cargo cults, right? Where they just sat there and they just watched these indigenous people in this area, on this island, just watched them. And then, of course, to make sure that they were, had a good rapport with each other, they just dropped them food and supplies and just let them have at it. Well, once these people up and left, the military up and left, and they actually made planes out of bamboo and everything, and a little runway, and they're just praying that these people, they thought were gods, would come back. It's no different than what I was talking about, how, if there was spacecraft back in the day and landed way back when, you would consider the same thing. And you would talk about it. You'd whether it's through Sanskrit or whatever it may be, you would actually put, chisel it in stone, which many have. Simple writings in books, whatever it may be. They found it of paramount importance to do that. Lots of crowds, she said, confused me with these birthday jokes. But on that note, any ideas for birthday gifts from my dad's 50th? You know what I always tell people? I even said this to my own family. If you're having a problem finding a gift for, your dad or whatever, always look at what he's got in his life now. So in other words, if he's got something that you can buy a new model of, you can do that. Just makes it easier. Maybe something's worn out tools or whatever it may be. If something, he said maybe he threw that around some point. Yeah, I wish I had a new set of these or whatever. Or anything you can upgrade if you can't come up with something yourself. In other words, just something right off the top. Oh, I can get him this. Seems to work for me. Dennis, she said, thanks for being here, Chris. So we have someone to talk to who can share the same views that Mars isn't what they tell us it is. Well, exactly. Now, again, when you were in high school, what did you learn? Oh, it's just a red planet. It used to be called the god of war, dead planet, nothing there, dry, bone dry, so on and so forth. There might have been life there at one point. Well, when they say life, they mean microbial, if any. But I just find it hard to believe if Mars was a lot like Earth and there was no life, I don't buy that. Now, I'm not saying a planet couldn't be like that and not have any life, but I don't know. More oxygen, pretty much like Earth, but not a shred of life. I don't buy it. Jerry Lahane, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Said, hi, Mars folks. Miss Hurd, what's going on? Good to have you in there as well. Say hello, Chris, and all. Johnny Backwoods, you said, I wonder if humans originally lived there, considering the devastation of the planet. Yeah, because right off the bat, you would think that, as destructive as we are, no, not really, that might have been a possibility. Maybe we lived there first and made our way here. Or as I've said, and pure speculative, I was saying that maybe there was 2 planets existing at one time. We used to fly back and forth there. We don't know that. Again, pure speculation. But because there's some uncanny things that look a lot like we'd have here on Earth. That's why some people they jump to that conclusion. Well, then it must be pictures from Earth. Again, if I'm going to hide that, I'm going to make sure there's nothing in that photo that I'd have to go over so people would try to find it or find suspicious, right? So, yeah. Mr. Mike Knapp's in the house as well. He says, hi, everyone. What's going on, Mike? Good to have you in there as always. Hope you're doing good. Gabby C. said, when's Elon Musk sending his spacecraft to Mars? He's hoping by 2033. Hopefully I'll be around to see that. But hopefully we're all around here to see that. But, when you watch that channel, and I think I've told you folks try to turn you onto that channel, Suspicious Observers, when you read what he's saying, basically, depending on how you look at it, the world's already turning. It's already starting to have that polar shift. By 2030s and 40s, maybe. And it makes perfect sense. Think about this a minute. You go, okay, 30s and 40s. Let's say that's true. He's trying to get to Mars as soon as he can. Imagine that. Think about it. Now, is there any coincidence? I say there's a good possibility. Elon's not an idiot. And neither are the higher up in these powers that be. All right, Patron, you said off to high school reunion. First one in 40 years. Well, that ought to be a treat for you. Catch you next time. Good to have you in there, as always, and have yourself a good night. Natural Libre says, so many of you old ones, calling us old. Here, good to see you all. It's almost like being back with family. I agree. Not the old pod, but yeah, the family. Okay. Otto Crouch said, so many regulars in the chat. Sorry I haven't said hello directly to you all. So many people. I wish you all well, and it's so great to hear from you. Well, yeah, like I said, it's like one big family. So when somebody's missing, like sometimes Miss Heard's, she's doing her thing, and anybody see what happened to her? Anybody know where she's at? You just miss people, you know what I mean? Maybe reactions, man, I should hurry up and do all the things I haven't done yet. Yeah, pretty much, right? Now, like I said, he seems to be on the up and up, Ben from Suspicious Observers, and he basically just watches the weather as a solar weather from the sun. In fact, we have, I think it was a few days ago, had a couple of solar flares coming off there, pretty heavy-duty ones, too, and they say it's still active and it's going to be facing Earth. So I just hate the day that's going to happen. You get a huge CME, coronal mass ejection, come this way and cripple everything that's electronic. Now, I think the military would be good like that. Because think about it. If you were the military and you had a natural, something that took out everything electronic, you pretty much pushed back in the Dark Ages, right? And you could be defeated by an enemy who's protected their equipment. Think about that a minute. So you definitely want to be on the up and up. Want to be prepared. Ricardo, you said you would not be safe on Mars either. our sun having a minor event will affect Mars too. Well, it depends on how you look at it. If you bury yourself under the ground, like you can do here, the difference here is that we have oceans, and once you have a good solar flare and it unlocks the crust on this planet, it's over. You do that on Earth, how many oceans are going to, bury you? Zero. And, Mars had a huge ocean. So we were kind of like, I think their landmass was like Pangea here. They had more water and everything was connected, but you get any kind of crustal or, crust shifting over there, you're not going to have water rushing over and killing everything and stuff like that. So you could probably be underground, although there'll be Mars quakes. So underground may not be the best way to go. However, you may have a little bit better shot, and you're a little further away from the sun to boot. In perspective from scale-wise, from the sun, from Earth to Mars, isn't really that far when you think about the sun, you know what I mean? But you get the idea. It'd be a little bit, probably a safer place to be, although you still may die. It's like, Backyard Astronaut, you said, funny though, they want to keep covering up, and yet they find Earth-like planets found by, James Webb's telescope, but also by Hubble. And exactly right. And, it's funny when you, that you mention that, because when you always see, they always say, oh, this is like a small piece of the sky, or out in space. And then when they show it, you go, there's thousands upon thousands of stars, which obviously stars have their own planets. So there's tons and tons of these things in one little area. But guess what, folks? Earth is special. We're the only place that has life. Yeah. Flag BS. Come on now. Taff, you said E.T. will take out a dangerous CME. I'm hoping you're right. That would be sweet. Yep, Ricardo, you said absolutely. Nacho, you said we will have to worry about a new Carrington event before the pole shift. Well, basically they say if you don't live up on the top of a mountain, X amount of thousands of feet high, you're pretty much gone. But I'm going, okay, so even if I was safe enough, let's see, up in the mountains, okay, I'm good. The water will never reach me. Well, what about just earthquakes? Nuclear winter will be an after the fact. I mean, the list goes on. The chances of you making it, some people will make it longer, depending on their location. If you live next to the coast, you're basically toast. Nice rhyme, huh? And even inland, because once the water rushes in, it then comes back out. So it's going to be a nightmare. Ricardo said the good news is we do survive, as what Chris is saying has happened in the past. Otherwise, we would not be here today. And that's exactly right, because this has happened how many times? Now, again, if you go by the ancient people who, when they wrote it, they were talking about how, why do I have an echo? Ooh, auto-tune. Love that. I hit that by accident. My bad. So it's happened, they're saying, 5 times? We're in the cyclical, it's been 5 times, we're in the 6th one. I don't know, folks, but you know what? It's just weird to me that they would know this. And the fact that they do, that's kind of cool. We will survive one way or the other. That's a fact. Oh, nice background. Okay. I am Merkin. What's going on? Good to see you in there, man. Hey, Chris. Good to see you, and glad I caught the stream. Showed a friend the blue sky short you did. Blew them away. Yeah. Like I said, when you tell people that, there's an atmosphere on there, and the people go, no, there's no atmosphere. That's what NASA said, and all these other. Oh, okay, then why the blue skies? There's blue sky on Mars. Like I said, the InSight lander. First picture it showed. Blue sky and brown ground. Well, within reason. And then not 10 seconds later, whoop, red filter over the whole darn thing. Come on. They knew what they were doing, too. And All these little blotches on the screen, not the screen, but the camera lens, BS. That's a filter they put on over there in case something popped up. The second they opened up the camera and they took a shot, they did that purposely because they knew if there was something there that they didn't want you to see, then the spots would make it hard to see. And that's what that was designed to do. Almost promise you that's why. Exactly, Dennis. He said, I can get to the top of the mountain, but after a while, I'm going to have to hunt for food. Exactly right. Just get a truckload of Chef Boyardee. You'll be fine. Oh. Sky Blue, your question is, do any landers or rovers track the weather, including wind, temperatures, snow, whatever made that rainbow? Yeah, they do. They got their own weather stations on them. In fact, what is it called? REMS, and that's not by REM sleep either. It's an acronym, and I forget exactly what it's for, but basically it's the weather on there. You can put on their Curiosity weather station. You can Google that. Insight Lander has its own. Perseverance has its own. So, yeah, they got their own weather station. In fact, there's an app you can get. Let me see if I can find it on the phone here. Let me see. Oh, facial recognition can't do it because hat on, the glasses, all that kind of good stuff. Oops. Hate it when that happens. Let me see if I can find this thing here. Mars weather is what it's called. It just has Mars, a red planet. That's all. And let me see. Some of them doesn't. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Like they have 3 of them. You probably won't be able to see it on the screen, but there's 3 of them going across the screen. One says Curiosity, and one says Insight, and the other one says Perseverance. Well, what I love about it says the maximum temperature was negative 25, which is ridiculous. Pressure, 850. Atmosphere opacity, sunny. Sunrise is 6 a.m. Sunset, it's like 5:48. UV irradiance index, moderate. Ground temp is a negative 10 Celsius. Let me see. Insight. Of course, they're going to say Insight because they say it's pretty much died, which I don't believe that either. Perseverance. Sometimes these can be behind because this one says Sol 797. I love that. It says max ground temp, not available. Minimum ground temp, not available. Why wouldn't it? Suddenly these things ain't working, but it'll say max temp air temperature is like 19.5 Celsius. Negative, that is. Solar longitude, 65.536. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. It's called Mars weather, and it's got this red planet. Pretty neat. TNT 87 said, I think the original inhabitants of this planet wised up and went deep undersea, away from flares and weather changes, impacts, etc., etc. Well, it's possible if they can stand it long enough. Dennis, Chef Boyardee, overstuffed ravioli. Here I come. Renee Cruz, what's going on? Good to see you in there. We are living in an extraterrestrial alien computer and God matrix, a grid simulation, parallel Earth dimension, operating table, test tube, petri dish, and farm aquarium. Sad part about it is, they actually say that we're living in a matrix. How true that is, I don't know. Dennis, you said there are rumors that Earth is actually a hollow. Maybe they were right with us. Well, right here with us. That's a good possibility. Jerry Lahane, you said you can breathe Mars air, but thin like Mount Everest. Well, yeah. Alien Tenor said we had a solar system war and it's still going on. I think it's very active. I don't know if they're actually warring with each other, but I can almost promise you it's probably very active. That's a crash. She said, at the moment, the only public art I have are my silly TikToks and cutesy, but the AI possibilities are endless. So you folks have seen this. This is on Mars, of course. Let's see. Let's make this a little bigger. Oh, yeah. And you see National Aeronautics and Space Administration, also known as NASA. Viking News Center in Pasadena, California. And, of course, they're saying a Viking 1-61 photo caption. This photo is one of the many taken in northern latitudes of Mars by the Viking 1 orbiter in search of landing site for Viking 2. The speckled appearance of this image is due to bit errors emphasized by enlargement of the photo. The picture was taken on July 25th, 1976, from a range of 1,873 kilometers or 1,162 miles. Folks, I got news for you. Those little black dots are structures. I'm going to give you the enhanced photo. I'm going to put it on the... Hold on. Let me see if we can find this here. I'm going to put it on the Discord after, and we'll let you guys analyze it. Those little black dots are there to, again, mess with your eyeballs. There's structures all over this area. You have to look. You can't go too far, and this is a very tricky photo. One, they never were big photos to begin with. So you got to be very careful. When you zoom in, you'll start to see compression artifacts. However, if you were to back out enough to where you don't see them, just go another click more and you don't see them, use a magnifying glass or a jeweler's eye. Funny thing about it, I decided to take this photo, and I've done a video on this before, but I got a little bit more detail out of this one this time. And it's just wild. I might actually be doing a video on this too, to show you the different things I found. And this is the Cydonia region. This is the face of Cydonia. And guess where one of the major explosions were? I'll give you 3 guesses, folks. That's right. So it's funny how back in 76 they decided to say, hey, we're just looking for another landing site for Viking 2. And if you look at these, where all these landers have gone and all of these rovers, and they're either right there at that area or they're south and all the way around it, southeast, southwest. They're all the way around that area where these explosions took place. Was it Galaxia's Chaos? I think if that's, if I remember correctly now, that other area I keep forgetting. I keep calling it Chaos region. But I think it's Galaxia's Chaos, which is just, it's east, but just southeast of, well, they used to call this the city area with the face, but the face of Cydonia. Larger explosion here. Galaxia's Chaos was smaller. Funny how all these landers and rovers are all around this area or in it. Imagine that. Yeah, Rico, you can see these. There's a lot of black dots in here, and I'll go ahead and bring it up a little bigger. You can see that there. I'll shrink me down here a little bit. Okay, so there's a lot of this stuff here. Especially this piece right here in the lower left. Oh, it's crazy. Bring this thing out, and it's absolutely nuts. What's in here? Again, these bigger these bigger dots are covering up bigger structures. But when you really look at this carefully, and I mean, it's got to be perfect the way you see it, because the last thing you want to do is see compression artifacts. You don't want to see that. What you do want to see is different shapes and different directions and everything else. And there's areas where it's a little clearer, and you can bring up what looks like roadways, structures everywhere. So if there's an explosion over here, you know, they're either going to be completely decimated, or it was just enough to kill that was anything like living flesh and not the structures. But we know there's going to be destruction with that too. I mean, there's no way around it, right? Oops. Let's do it this way. Mimi said you can find broken statues that look similar to ancient Egyptian art. That's true. A lot of stuff in here, folks. And like I said, if you look at the grander picture, you start analyzing photos like this, where these explosions took place, what's actually in this photo, then now it's coming out again. Well, they lied about the skies. They're blue. There is definitely water cycles in Gale Crater, and I believe next to Perseverance, because they're basically in a giant old lake bed, right? But so is in Gale Craters. You got Mount Sharp, but you have what used to be water in that kind of basin area. So it's no different. And that's the best place to try to find ancient life. But what they're finding is, like I said, they're on a recon mission. This is bull at this point. I think in 1976, like we talked about before, when they had the Viking lander, absolutely 100% they found life then. Of course, the scientists argue about that. You know how that goes. Oh, yeah, Mimi, I know what you meant. You said on Mars, I mean. Yep. Gabby C said, what do you think of the Vedas, oldest acknowledged and known to humans? If you're talking about India, right? The Veda text and everything else, if you're talking about them, because I know there's different, they got Sanskrit and there's different writings and different, depending on, civilization or what it was. Group of people, call them. The Veda texts were actually pretty cool. I mean, like I said, I don't know if you're talking about the Mahabharata or anything like that, but when you read that, it's like a sci-fi story, right? How they're talking about wars of, cities in the sky warring against each other and all this other stuff. And, again, these people would have to, they're talking about and they're writing about something that was really important to them to write down and make memories of, if you will. So they wrote it down, whether it be Sanskrit, any kind of carvings in stone, whatever it may be. They found it important enough to do that. Because there really wasn't anything too exciting back then. It's not like you can go to amusement parks or anything of that sort. So they found it imperative to have to do that. So if you're talking about like the Veda text and stuff like that, and a lot of, stuff like that, I would say it's probably a lot of it is true or based on truth, even if it's not 100% truth. Can't you see the face looks like me with a hoodie on my head. Yeah, but then you look at the newest version of the face on Mars, and it's basically CGI garbage. Folks, it was just nothing more than lighting. Whatever, I'll believe this photo first. And folks, we were also talking about, remember we were talking about communications and how they're going to use lasers and everything else. And I said they're already using that. And I think they're using like a quantum communications between the satellites and orbiters around Mars, and this is how they're getting video. They're probably actually getting real video and everything, even if they're not getting it like continuous, like live stream. They're at least getting video high speed and it's quality, whatever. And, you'd have to use video if you're going to see anything move, you know what I mean? Unless you're just taking like 1,000 stills, you know what I mean? But if you're taking video, and I believe 100% is probably in 4K, especially the Perseverance, and at the very least, it's at least 1080 on Curiosity. And if they're going to take photos of these areas and they want to see what's, alive on these planets, meaning Mars, here's the thing. Let's say you're taking a photo of this area right here. Now, again, the face of Cydonia, the Cydonia region. If you wanted to see if anything was alive there or anything moving, you would take multiple pictures of that one area and then keep looking at each slide, see if anything's moved, whether it's some kind of weird vehicle, some kind of creature, some kind of whatever. Something moved, and you'll be able to tell whether there's life on the planet. Now, if you look at several of these over and over and over and over, and nothing's moving, and saying, well, at least we got a chance of going down there and investigating this stuff now because nothing's going to stop us. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. it's cool and just, bizarre to see what's happened on Mars. Not sure. I like what you're asking, misheard. That's funny. Oops. Ricardo, yep. You said Dave over at Mars X 3D channel has been looking at the face recently as well. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, Pete, exactly right. You said nothing to see here, according to NASA. It's just shadows are all off and everything else. Anybody who sees a face in that is just, wow, I don't understand. Now, I'll be honest with you. The last time I did one of these, and this goes back years ago, it almost seemed like the face was false. Again, keep people looking at that one thing. So let's suppose it's superimposed on it. Oh, they drew it, they airbrushed it in there somehow to make it look the way it does. Okay? It's to hide everything else that you don't see, or they don't want you to see. They're going, yeah, look at the face. Just center on that, guys. Look. In the meantime, don't look at anything else in here with all these goofy little black dots. I've never seen any photo, even back then, like that, with black dots on it. I don't recall another photo like it. But yet, it's just because we, it's just the enlargement of the photo. Okay. Is it possible? Sure. I don't believe that's the case here, though. Nicholas Papaz was going to see you. He said, "Hey, Chris, haven't been on a live feed in a while because of work. Nice to be here, buddy. Well, I appreciate it, Nicholas. Yeah, it's been a while. Wonder what happened. But I always assume people, life gets in the way and you're just doing your thing. You know what I mean? But I always look and I go, where's the other people? I don't see them. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying, Dan, because I looked at your lower one. You said, sorry, 900 megatons. We could send the payload to Mars since the 70s easily. Exactly. Send something there, even if it was earlier than that. Now, we were talking about this last time. I think it was the first nuclear bomb. Was it late 40s or whatever it was? You could send anything there and just, boom, just have an explosion and see what you can kill on the planet. Now, I'm not saying that we did because that's pure speculation. There's no way to prove that. But on the other side of the token, you're like, yeah. Now, what I was saying earlier about the communications and everything else, where we said that, it's quantum communications. Well, guess what Artemis is going to be using? Artemis 2 will use lasers to beam high-definition footage from the moon. Okay? Artemis 2 astronauts will be testing out laser communications around the moon to enable faster transmission of images and video. Okay? This is the reason why I believe they've been probably doing this for a long time. Keep in mind, this is the reason why when they say they have, let's say you're on Mars, you have Earthrise. Why would you wait till Earthwise? Because even if you're not, the lander is not sending, it's not directly facing Earth, this is the reason why the orbiters are there. So if you're sending radio communications, it doesn't matter where you're at. You know what I mean? Well, within reason. You can't be on the other side of the planet and get a transmission from the rover. But you don't need to actually be facing Earth if you don't need to. You just simply upload radio waves, the information you want to upload, and then send it to an orbiter that's already facing Earth and send it, to Earth. But they said that the rover at the time had to wait until Earthrise before it can send the information. Well, why? Line of sight. You'd have to use a laser. Now, whether the rovers are built in with that, you can almost bet that the orbiters are. They actually have laser communications. However, they probably have regular radio communications as well in case one fails. You have to have more than one, communication. Of course, there's more than one satellite in orbit around Mars. So one fails, the other one can kick in, right? Let's see. NASA is using lasers to evolve how the agency communicates between spacecraft. Let's see here. Let me see.
You ever tried to download a movie with slow internet? It buffers and it takes forever. Now imagine trying to download movies all the way from space. The International Space Station's new terminal, Illuma-T, will use laser communications to demonstrate an enhanced way to transmit data. In fact, Illuma-T can transmit data at a rate that would allow you to download a movie in under a minute. The process of sending and receiving spacecraft data is known as space communications. NASA is enhancing space communications capabilities through the power of lasers. Laser communications use higher data rates to send an increased amount of science and exploration data to Earth in a...
Funny how it's showing Mars, optical beam, right to Earth. And it's showing you your optical wave and your regular RF. RF being radio frequency, beam, wavelength, and of course you can see that. Looks like more of an FM mode than AM because it'd be tighter, wavelengths. And of course you got optical beam. And it shows you the information underneath where how much, those little white squares, how much information you'd be able to send as opposed to the RF.
A single transmission. Historically, we've relied on radio frequency communications to send and receive data from space. With laser communications, we are supplementing that method. Laser communications can help NASA's science missions send more information and data that is vital to our understanding of our planet, the solar system, and beyond. To prove these groundbreaking capabilities, NASA is infusing laser communications into multiple missions. One of these missions is a relay satellite known as LCRD. LCRD launched in 2021 and is NASA's first ever laser relay, which will receive data from Illuma-T on the space station. Together, LCRD and Illuma-T are NASA's first ever end-to-end laser relay system, demonstrating the benefits of a laser communications system. Laser terminals are ideal for missions like the space station because they are typically smaller, lighter, and more efficient than comparable radio systems.
You folks get the idea. But this is what I'm saying. I mean, they're showing this. They literally showed one from Mars to Earth. It makes more sense, more information, quicker speeds. Mr. Michael Williams, what's going on? Good to see you in there. I also seen Jean Ward in there. What's going on, Jean Ward and Michelle? Good to have you folks in there. Ricardo, you said latest and multi-mode fiber optics, just jumped at me, in my company's data center can run at speeds at 800 gigabits per second, which is pretty quick. Let's see. Melvin Aroam, you said, loved your newest video a couple days ago, Chris. I do not know what kind of metals they use on Mars, but there's always this blur metallic-looking metal that seems to be rust like iron does here on Earth. Exactly. So you would think if this weather we're having, well, at least Mars is, it's going to be, they have water cycles, so therefore anything that's like a regular metal we have here, it's going to rust. It's as simple as that. Let's see, put that out. All right. Let's see. Michael, you said, sorry I'm late. I just saw the notification. Yeah, you got to love it when it's right on time and it just gives it to everybody, right? Gabby C. said, our civilization is a level 0 civilization on a scale level. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I think they said we're getting closer to 1, but they say there's many more that is out there. It's like 3 or 4, right? Which is insanely and technologically advanced. Sky Blue's a great report on space. Yeah, I mean, listen, I promise you they've been using lasers for a while. It is now bringing to people, oh, yeah, look at this. Oliver Klein, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, from what I saw on there, they do communicate from ship to ship via lasers. Oh, yeah. It's been going on for a while. The what do you call it, will make sure of that. Your military, they'll make sure that they're highest tech possible. Melvin, you said, seen a video a few years ago how they are using microwave laser technology, basically tech, to send a message into the future to prove that time travel is possible. This reminds me of that. Alien Antenna, you said, will sunspots affect the lasers? Well, it'll definitely, affect the spacecraft, so I guess in turn, it would. But as far as the light-wise, it probably will, because you're talking electromagnetic, kind of energy type thing. So there's probably a good chance it's going to mess with it. Let me see. Michael, you said, Chris, do you think NASA is intentionally leaving some of the stuff for us to see, or is it just negligence? I'm going to probably go with the first one. Like I said, I've always said that that's their way out. You know what I mean? If they say, well, we've been showing in the photos, if you really wanted to see it, so we weren't lying. It's in the photos. So, if you really wanted to find this and see this for yourself, you could do that. So... And I think they are. I think that, and if there's not, maybe somebody's partially disgruntled or something. I don't know. But it'd be good if they were. They're like, yeah, just keep putting the stuff out. Because that would be their loophole. It's like, well, we had it in the photo. They just, you got to understand, a lot of these things are buried in sand, and some people can see the stuff, some people can't, which is BS. You know that. But the way I look at it, I said before, if they go, listen, if inquiring minds really want to know, they're going to search these photos, they're going to find the truth for themselves. And, some of these photos, like the last video, you really don't have to do anything as far as enhancement, but there's a whole lot more in it when you do enhance it. But there's things in there that you don't even have to do that to. I keep hitting this button. Right next to the mic gain. It's actually messing this, keeps turning on this auto tune. Yeah, like I need that. Sing me a tune. That's a good question, Pete. You said, why doesn't NASA bounce a laser beam off the Black Knight satellite, or have they? Well, I guess it depends on the technology on it. Maybe it's not equipped with it, especially if it's X amount of thousands or millions of years old, right? Nick Mad, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Hope you're doing well. Say hello, Chris. Great channel. Appreciate it there, Nick. Long-time subscriber. Been here pretty much forever. Odds of Grass, he said, so Chris, so true, Chris, they will gaslight us. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they just make you think, oh, yeah, you just, it's all in your head. It's just like Jesus. Mr. Bush, Corey, I almost didn't say that right. Yes, hi, Chris, hope you're well, my friend. Hi, crew, hope your weekends are going great. It is going well. Thank you very much, Mr. Corey, Bush Corey. In this monitor or what it is. I think it is partially that. It seems like this glare type thing, and it's hard to read some of these sometimes. Okay, that's a little better. Chris with AR Fembots, has anyone asked what is going on Mars? Not that I know of. Should ask Alexa that. What do you think? Let's have fun with her. Hey, Alexa, how many people live on Mars?
As life hasn't been discovered on other planets, their population is considered to be 0.
Blue Flash, what's going on? Anything new on Mars? Oh, there's plenty new. Oh, yeah. Jedi Dreamer says, appreciate your videos. Keep up the great work. I appreciate it there, Mr. Jedi Dreamer. That goes back, Sky Blue. He said, have you heard what was what the explanation was for the FBI shutdown of the Sunspot Observatory in New Mexico? I think that was some few years back, wasn't it? And honestly, I don't remember what their excuse was. Oh, folks, we're going to have a good look at this. It's the 67P. Cheer 'em off. Oh, yeah. Now, the Rosetta spacecraft took a photo of this, many photos of this. This major, let me see here. No, that's not it. Let me go to right here. Folks, I don't know, and I don't believe that it is, if this rock is an actual spacecraft, but there are structures on it. There are definitely structures on this rock. Now, it's hard to tell because there's no way of knowing that Ricardo, yeah. When you see this, what I'm going to bring out of this thing is insane. So, whatever's, I don't know if this whole thing is like hollowed out and it's some kind of, for all we know, I forget exactly how big this thing is. It's good size, I know that. I forget what city or that they try to match the size to here on Earth, but you can easily put a city in this thing, and that may be part of what we're seeing on this rock now, or it's just an outpost type thing on this. Because like I said, I've seen some things on here, I'm going, wait a minute, I'm just, something doesn't jive here. And you notice how this is completely whited out. Where do we see that? The moon. There's so much stuff on the moon, they try to block all this crap out as well. So when you get into this and you try to dock in some of these parts, you can find some crazy stuff in here. It's bizarre. It's awesome. And we will be having a look at that bad boy. Brian Norton, what's happening? He said, hi, Chris and Mars family. Good to see you in there, Brian. Let's see, Mimi, you said they said it was a gas leak, as far as I remember. Yeah, they're full of it, too. Yeah, this is pretty cool, isn't it? Mimi. Yeah, crazy things on here. Yeah, you can see a lot of this has been fudged. This is not, all of this right here, this is not real. And like I said, I'll bring it out in the next video, and you're going to be like, oh my God, that's crazy. Just some of the stuff that's in here. Better for Pete, you said that better question before me mute her if I don't. She'll be going on and off all the time. For Alexa's, how many Martians live on Earth? There you go. Alien Tenor, you said, since the first lockdown, most sky cameras got shut down. Can't be showing what's coming, eh? Well, and that's the thing. We don't know that. We don't know what's out there. And if, all they got to do is just go ahead and close it down. It'll be all right. They don't need to know anything. Maybe he said it could be a spaceship disguised as rock. Now, a lot of these are like that. Bennu, you got these asteroids, much smaller, obviously, than this rock. You look at it and you just go, listen, they're going after these rocks for a reason. Oliver Klein, you said it's an outpost. Russell Romag, he said, that is straight up something from dead space. Ricardo said 67P is currently about 500 million miles away from the sun. Oh, sorry, kilometers. Yeah, it's still making its rounds. What's really weird is you don't know at some point, way back when, if you had something like this, let's say not far from your planet, and you knew somehow it was going to be breakaway at some point, put an outpost on it, they can make their own food or whatever, they can grow their, whatever it is that these things eat. Maybe it's androids, manning these things, meaning inside these structures. And they just let it go and it goes out into space and they send information back. How do we know? Don't need any propulsion once it starts off on its way. All you got to do is guide it just in case something gets in the way, but that's about it. Now, this is what I was talking about before. It says Death on Mars, a discovery of a planetary nuclear massacre, and of course from John Brandenburg. And he was an astrophysicist as well as other things too, right? So this guy was not an idiot by any stretch, and I'm almost positive he's passed on, hasn't he? What's funny about it is if you go to this article, there is right here, was there a nuclear disaster, or a natural nuclear blast on Mars? When you start reading this, folks, it's ridiculous. Ever wonder why the red planet is red? Well, where it gets down to, I'll just read it. It says, about 180 million years ago, a planet-shattering yet naturally occurring nuclear reaction may have wiped out everything on Mars, sending a shock wave that turned the planet into dry sand. Even more incredible, the natural nuclear reaction could have occurred on our own planet and could happen again, said Dr. John Brandenburg. Now, do you ever remember him saying that this was a natural explosion on Mars? He said there was something that was made, meaning an explosion. Let me see. Here we go. So I don't believe that for a moment, that it seemed like they twisted this and turned this around. I don't remember him ever saying that, it's probably nuclear. I mean, it was just natural. That's what I thought. Okay, Dave, good to see you there, by the way. Mr. Mars X33, or 3D rather, I'm sorry, in the house. The Evidence. Another channel like you folks, if you're new here, you need to check that channel out. Right there. Mars X3D, The Evidence. Write it down. Some really good work by this gentleman. Yeah, I mean, but do you remember that, Dave? Or anybody remember him saying that it was a natural? No. He said it was, Xenon 129, the whole 9 yards. He's saying this is something that was an artificial, meaning something that was built and exploded there. So where they're getting this from? The Martian surface is covered with a thin layer of radioactive substances, including uranium, thorium, and radioactive potassium. And this pattern radiates from a hotspot. Now get this. Hotspot Brandenburg told FoxNews.com. The nuclear explosion could have sent debris all around the planet, he said. Maps of gamma rays on Mars show a big red spot that seems like radiating debris pattern. On the opposite side of the planet, there's another red spot. According to Brandenburg, the natural explosion, the equivalent of 1 million 1 megaton hydrogen bombs, occurred in the northern Mare Acidalium, I think it's called, region of Mars, where there is heavy concentration of radioactivity. The explosion filled the Martian atmosphere with radioisotopes as well, which was seen into recent gamma ray spectrometry. Well, it's actually spectrometry, data taken by NASA, he said. The radioactivity also explains why the planet looks red. Brandenburg said that gamma ray spectrometry taken over the past few years shows spiking radiation. Here we go. Radiation of Xenon 129, an increase also seen on Earth after a nuclear explosion or a nuclear meltdown. Including the one of. See, now that's what I remember him saying. that was very similar to what we did here when we first made the first nuclear bomb, set them off, tested them. Of course, you're turning sand into glass at that point. But it says, an increase also seen on Earth after nuclear explosion or nuclear meltdown, including the one at Chernobyl in 1986 and the disaster in Japan earlier this month. So, of course, this was... Let's see when this one here was made here. This was... this goes back to 2015. So this article is not new, clearly. But you get the idea. And I'm going, I don't ever remember him saying that. Oh, Gabby, you better plug it in. He said, my battery's at 2%. Ricardo, Gabby, say bye. Misheard, you said, unfortunately, nuclear devastation will probably happen here on Earth. If they don't watch themselves, it will be, that's for sure. Exactly, Justin R., by the way, good to see you in there. We need to stop concentrating on what the establishment has stated and presents and just structure our investigation as ongoing. Pretty much. Dave, or Mars X3D, the evidence, says, thank you, Chris. Xenon 129 and Krypton 80, the result of a nuclear fusion, 3 hotspots. Well, I said that I knew there was 2. The major one, in the Pareidolia region, the Galaxious Chaos region was a smaller one. Now, I think they said there might have been a little bit smaller one than that, but regardless of that, that's insane. Because, like I was telling everybody earlier, it's funny how the Viking missions right in that area, all of the landers and rovers of south and southwest and southeast, all of that area, all surrounding and right in that one area. What for? And if you go back to, and I showed these folks this earlier, and you've seen this, everybody's seen this photo at some point, all those black dots are actually structures. And how do I know that? Because you can see where there's like one right about here. I'm going to put it right in the middle of the screen, if I can. Right about there, roughly. There is, you can see where they painted it in, but look around it. There's whiter pieces all the way around it as well. And when you break this thing down, which I did, I actually enhanced it. Obviously, you're not going to see what's under the black dot, but what's in between them is what gets you. Really, really cool stuff. And funny enough, all these structures are there, and you go, okay, so nuclear explosions, still structures there. Why is NASA on Mars again? Let me see. It says we've... Let me see. What does it say? Brandon, who once worked on Livermore himself, defended his research, arguing that defense experts he talked to off the record said they agreed that there are signs of nuclear reaction. Besides, there's a precedence of natural nuclear reaction on our own planet, he noted. But, if you're talking about, the bombs we set up and tested, you're going to see the remnants all over the planet. A massive nuclear explosion on Mars would have created huge craters on the surface, visible from orbiting telescopes like Hubble and from the Mars rovers. Brandenburg said such craters could have filled in with sand over the past 100 million years, leaving no visual cues, it says cues, to prove the theory. Another possibility is that the reaction occurred in a mid-air and did not leave a crater, which is exactly what happened at the Tunguska event in Russia in 1909, presumably by a large comet. Harrison Smith, a geological, expert and the last man to step out on the Apollo spacecraft on the moon, told FoxNews.com that there was a general validity to Brandon's theory. He said that the nuclear reaction may not have been caused by an explosion, however, and might have occurred over time. Okay. Edward McCullough, a science and space consultant, agreed that the Mare Acidalium region of Mars does show some strange colors and terrain formations that seem unexplainable. There seems to be a reasonable closure between the numbers of fissions required to produce the Xeon, I want to say X like we were talking about over there, 129 enhancement, and the amount of energy required to toss material to that point on Mars, he said. The massive nuclear explosion on Mars seemed to defy natural explanation, said Brandenburg. Yeah, I would say it's probably not natural. Not for the reasons they're there. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, Mimi, you're actually tongue twisting. Like, Exactly, Jean Ward. You said Dr. Brandenburg said it was a weapons grade isotopes. But see how he's going with, it's like he's going against the other scientist, which probably think, oh, okay, this guy's out to lunch. You know, they're probably thinking, oh, Brandenburg, he's saying it's like not natural. What's wrong with this guy? Well, you know, we have it here on Earth. It's like, okay, you know, it's like any other scientist that goes against the grain. You know what's going to happen, right? Rico, he said it's in the lines and the black dots. Exactly. Regardless, the black dots are structures, a lot, but not all. Odd someone built on top of the face has zits. Well, again, it's a distraction. So they're not going to just leave it off on one area, because if they're saying it's these pixels, and after, you know, blowing this photo up, you know, obviously they got to put it all over the place. They can't just put it in one spot and go, yeah, the expansion missed that part though. So you know what I'm saying? So it makes sense that they would do it on every bit of that photo. Ian Spence, great question. He said, why is the later picture from NASA not showing as much detail and features as the 70s picture? Well, that's because the later one is garbage. The photo that they show, it's basically a CGI rendering of the face on Mars. But they just want to say, well, let's say that they put that on there just so you can concentrate on that and that alone, and they don't want you to look around the area at all, then, you know, we got to keep up with the lie. So let's get them off the idea that it's a face at all. Okay, so now, folks, no, it's just a mountain. It's just the lighting and the shadowing and everything else. It just caused everybody to think that way. How would you not think that way? Are you insane? I mean, I'm gonna trust this photo first before the new. I'm gonna call it a rendering because I think it's crap. Yeah. Invader Diz, I think it's called. Your name is. Chris, I wonder if you ever heard of the 1984 CIA declassified files called Mars Exploration. And that's not the one with the remote viewing, is it? I'm trying to remember because there was a couple of them that were like that, and I'm trying to remember exactly which one that was. Alien Teddy said, fun fact, NASA can't even use the isotopes. Has an excuse for the fudge pitch on Mars. Yeah. Nicholas, yeah, there you go. NASA, not allowed to show aliens. That's pretty good, yeah. I like that. Yeah, I've seen that too, Day Comet. It said recent Jamie Foxx video talked about Bigelow saying that there was alien species walking amongst. He's been saying that same story for years now, right? Listen, if you were in charge or you were the owner of a space, any kind of space program, whatever, you know, what's the first thing you'd look for? You're like, okay, I want to be top dog as far as, you know, sending people out in space, maybe having, you know, some hotels out in space orbiting Earth at one time or at some time in the future, so on and so forth. I want to be out there. But you're going to say, you know what? If these guys at one point sent their own orbiter, they could do this quietly, sent their own orbiter to Mars or the moon and said, I'm just curious on what's on there because I know everybody's doing this bum rush to get over to Mars and they've been on the moon and everything else. I'm just curious. I'll just go ahead and send something. And you see something yourself, well, it makes sense. And it wouldn't surprise me if there was aliens walking among us. Now, I can't prove that, so I'm not going to say yay 100%, but it would not surprise me. John Ward, you said Gates. Yes, they did. 27 August 1941, Mr. Tom Baugh, which is the guy that actually seen it, reports seeing a flash on the surface of the planet Mars and ascribes the flash as to an atomic explosion of some sort. Yeah, he saw two of them, and it was in midair. It wasn't even on the ground. And so this is what I find interesting. And I thought about this the other day. I'm glad you mentioned this, Jean Ward. What are the chances? Let's say you're an astrophysicist, or you just, you got some, telescope time. And I'm talking about real telescope. I'm talking about, mega size. What are the chances of you sitting behind the eyepiece looking at Mars when this happens? Unless it was planned. Think about it a minute. I mean, and I don't know if they had, TV hooked up to it. In other words, monitored through there and have cameras on the eyepieces instead of the eyepieces, and they're looking through and digitally and everything else, and so on and so forth. There's no way they would have had that. So here's a guy sitting here with an eyepiece. He's looking through an inner chair at that specific time, and he sees these explosions. What are the chances of that? Unless it was planned. Think about that. That's why I said that, and I kind of questioned that a long time ago, saying, was that something we did? Yeah, keep in mind, Shabby, this is an atomic bomb, not nuclear. Scott Doran, what's going on? Doran, he said, sup, dude, what's going on, Scott? Good to see you in there. Justin, now your question was, what do you think about the real Jimmy Roberts? I think he does great work. Jimmy's a good guy. Never met him in person, but he's a good guy. I mean, he's pretty much down to earth and trying to get the truth out like anybody else. Well, not everybody's trying to do that, but you know what I'm saying. But yeah, a lot of interesting photos he comes out with and a lot of work he's done on his. And yeah. D. Comet said these pyramids pyramids are about a mile west of the Cydonia region. Yeah, well, that's what they're saying, well, the Cydonia face, because that's what they call the city, because there's pyramids, what they think of eroded pyramids or whatever, or were they blasted? Again, there was a massive explosion in the Cydonia region, so wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so yeah. Vader Diz, you said, yeah, the remote viewing experience, exactly. Yeah, I remember there was an audio you can listen to that as well as you can read it, and what it was funny about that particular experiment was that they would give them coordinates and say, okay, we're going to go longitudinal this way and latitudinal this way, and I want you to tell me what you see. The guy's like talking and saying, well, I see what look like structures with no ceilings and very tall walls. And then there was times when he says he's walking through a valley and the mountains are huge and this, that, and the other. And then they get to the point where they say, there's a group of them. And he said, I think one of the aliens see me and they start talking to me. And he said, from what I understand, they're all in they're all worried and, basically fritzed out of their minds. And they said they sent a group of explorers out there to try to find another planet to get to because their planet was pretty much dying. And I thought that was really interesting. I'm going, so explosion, this happened, so on and so forth. Scott Prosecki, I don't know if that's pronouncing it correctly, but he said the nuclear blast on Mars were about 500,000 years ago per Dr. John Brandenburg. I don't think it's been that long ago. I really don't think so. You know, he's doing the test, which is, you know, I'm not going to doubt his work as far as that goes. As far as the, you know, the explosions, radioactive isotopes and everything else. But you know as well as I do, if you had that kind of explosion and you're talking about millions of years ago, there's no way that would still be there. At least not in a strict form. I mean, in other words, you could walk up, you should be able to walk in that area with no problem and not have an issue then. But yet it's still here, even millions of years ago? I don't believe in that timeline. Am I wrong, folks? Do you guys think it's the same, the time he talks about, or do you think it's been a lot more recent? Dave, you said, Chris, you and Jimmy Rowland said the only Mars channels I watch, just saying. Well, I'm the same way. I try to watch the channels like yours, Jimmy's. There's not too many other channels I want to watch. I mean, there's just not a whole lot out there. I mean, then, of course, you got all these other fake channels, which are ridiculous. You know, they're saying, like, you know, structures here on Earth, and they're superimposing them on Mars. Oh, look what they found. Whatever. Yeah, you know that's ridiculous because, you know, like I said, I went to a couple of these channels, and I said, give me the NASA link, the legit NASA link, and I'll go ahead and believe what you're saying. They never answer me, or they'll take my comment down. Mervyn Gravel, what's going on? You said, hi, Chris. Great show as usual. Appreciate it there. Glad to see you in there. Mervyn? Mervyn? Yeah. Gates, what's happening? He said, yeah, pretty amazing. They just happen to be looking. Yeah, I mean, what are the chances of that? You know, oh, let me just look through the telescope, and I'll just sit here and sit here and say, oh, my God, look at those two flashes. What the hell's going on there? It doesn't make any sense. Gates, he said, I saw Joe say he saw a face on top of a face. I don't know about all that, but Dave Comet said, I doubt it was nuclear. We just understand explosions of that scale to be nuclear. We don't really know what the tech used was. It could have been a plasma like the Richard structure, yeah, is thought to be. Yeah, it could be. See, alien, I don't believe that. You know, I'm not even... You said Mars got nuked around 20,000 years ago. The Anunnaki destroyed them. I don't think that's the case either. Like I said, even with the natural processes of Mars, you would think at some point it would have wiped everything off that planet. Let's say this happened millions of years ago, just for argument's sake, and it literally it decimated everything on the planet, well, within reason, and yet there were structures, maybe some kind of whatever transport they use, whatever it may be, right? At some point, 20 million years ago, or 20,000 years ago, rather, it would have been eroded. You wouldn't see anything on the surface of this planet. You know, even at 60-mile-an-hour winds, you know, and it's enough erosion, you know, dust and stuff be constantly battering it, that at some point it'll disappear and just be gone. You know, sand bury it. You know, the rain would rust it away because, again, we have a lot of brine. So it's, you know, salt content is very heavy in this water. So it's going to erode in its metal. Like I said, unless it's the purest of, you know, stainless steel. Dave from Mars X3D said very few offer provenance answer for their finds. That's critical if we're ever to be taken even semi-seriously by the largest scientific community. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm still surprised that these guys haven't looked. Let's say a scientist hasn't looked at some of these photos, even a photo expert. You know, they could put it through their paces and see, oh, my God, look at the doctoring they're doing in these photos. I'm going to say, well, you got to understand it's very low, you know, quality, very small photos. And, you know, so this is what happens. You get these, you know, parts that drop out of the photos. And, you know, they'll come up with every aspect in the world to try to, you know, disinform the people when, you know as well as I do, you look at some of these things, you go, okay, this is not natural, period. And they'll say, well, it's your pareidolia. No, it's not. Like I said, you see a 90-degree angle? Hell, that can happen anywhere. Another one. And this 90-degree angle actually houses circles with a hole or a square, and it's got a hole in it. It's hollow. And the list goes on and on and on. I mean, there's no way around this. You know, there's something up there, and it's clearly not natural. Sky Blue said, I heard 300 million on Astrum. The article said 180. Your article, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I just don't believe it's been that long ago. Sharpie said they use human and cart, Chris. I think they were a little bit more ahead of time than that. A little bit more technologically advanced. Gates, that's why I love your channel, Chris, because you find the real stuff and never talk about faces. Now, don't get me wrong. You know, I know people who see a lot of these faces. I never see them. And now I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying I do not see them. Maybe because my mind's wired differently. I've always said that. Where some people are attuned to seeing more faces. But here's the problem with it. This is where they always say there's pareidolia involved. So when you see, like, you know, a bust of a statue or a face or something like that, people right off the bat think, oh, that person must have pareidolia, because that's the first thing you're wired to see is faces. That doesn't necessarily mean that they got pareidolia. It just means maybe they are seeing these things, because I have watched a lot of people's videos and go, that does look like a statue, no doubt. And in a lot of things, I don't see them. They point them out. I don't see them at all. So, you know, it depends on how you look at it. But I don't see faces. I don't see silly stuff like that. I just see what looks like I said, you know, mechanical stuff. I see structure-wise. I see things like that. You know, I just, you know, like I said, I've seen people say, oh, man, you can see it's like littered with like small faces everywhere. And I go, I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't see it. That's all. I'm not even sure if I remember your. We're just going to use your last name, McGurk. You said, "Hi, Chris. Great content. Do you have pics of the polar areas on Mars? Curious, as I haven't seen any." Yeah, just go on. Put on Google search, right, and put on Hubble views of Mars, and you'll see they'll actually have a scale, or like a bunch of photos showing from January right to December, and guess what? They get smaller during the warmer temperatures, and they get larger during the winter, seasons. I said temperatures earlier, but anyway, warmer temperatures, the planet's warmer. Summertime, they go down. Wintertime comes around, it gets colder. The poles get bigger, just like in here on Earth. Oh, yeah, I've done the same thing, Ricardo. You said you omitted Jean Ward. Of course, we watched Jean Ward. He's one of the family anyway. So we definitely watched Jean Ward. And I always tell everybody to go there too. Mars X3D, you go see him. Jean Ward, go see him. And make sure you guys subscribe to these channels and hit the little bells. Bang, notification bells. Ricardo, he said, at Mars X3D, the evidence is Jean Ward bringing you all together along with the real Jimmy Roberts 1, Joe Art Alien TV, or Joe at Art Alien TV, What's Up in the Sky 37, and Billy Carson for the virtual conference. That would be pretty sweet, wouldn't it? Jean Ward, you're talking to Sharpie, but I agree with you on the Brian Forrester. Yeah, definitely. I like his research, too. Steve Garnham, he said, hi, Chris, and everyone on my way home. Catch you later. I jump way down here. RGZ Mac, you said zoom into any photo of the moon. Take a screenshot and then zoom into that. You'll see buildings all over the place every time. Yeah. I mean, I've done plenty of, moon photos that show structures on the moon. Absolutely. Totally agree with you. Scott, you said, well, actually, for me, my yoga guru said that Mars is a dying planet, and he said that life on Earth came from Mars. Pretty much spot on, I think. RGZ said, it's like everything on the moon is built to look like there, it isn't there. But if you look close, it's all buildings. Now, I had taken these photos that I had done before, and this one here is from Google Earth. And if you look at it, it looks like roadways, and this is taken from Mars. This is from, you can see right here, image from NASA USGS. And it's Martian landscape. Let me go back here. There's the other photos here. Oh, we don't want to go to that. There's the one that we just shared not long ago. We talked about this many times. There it is, way in the back. Structures we got here on the moon. Just these alone, folks. Blue circle. You can see what looks like towers, like water towers, all standing up like giant barrels type thing. They're all over the frickin' place. Just these circles alone. You see things in a row in the big green one right here. All kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah, exactly, Gates. You said like the video Chris made where you blur Manhattan and it looks like just like the moon. Well, the thing is, it's like if you were to try to hide, if you're NASA trying to hide the things you see on the moon and everything else, you're going to blur these photos up. You're going to overlay it with an artificial compression artifact. So when you try to zoom in, what do you see? You don't see any detail from what's under it. You see a bunch of artifacts. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of these photos. If you do zoom in, they're very small to begin with. So they will actually, you'll see the compression artifacts pretty easy. But you can see things where I can back out of a photo completely, and it's a good-sized photo. Back way, I still see the compression artifacts. You should not see that. You should not see that. That is an artificial overlay on top to fool your eyes from seeing the actual details on the moon. It's just, it's BS. Equalizer, you said it's like some people can see numbers, some see words, but this is an amazing image with the background of aerial reconnaissance from photos, sat images. These are not natural. These are 100% certain. That isn't 100%. Well, I mean, you just see some of the things lined up in these photos, and this is just a small part, very small thing I've done in one of these videos. Even in the background, way up here, above the blue, you can see what looks like other structures in a line as well. But these right here in the blue, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things standing straight up in the air. They look like giant barrels. And these other things, like this other, what looks like a base or something right there, things lined up, something very tall standing up right there. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy things in these photos. Ricardo, show us the picture of the fake sand. They're the best. I love the ones that have the see-through rocks. Those are the best. I love those. Something inside that crater right there. The bad thing about these things, they're so bright that you really have to try to bring it down. And then what happens, it distorts what you're really trying to bring down. So you really can't go too crazy in trying to, bring these things out. It's like, it's counterproductive in a sense. That's what that photo looks like right there. This one right here. Look at the difference. People go, well, you don't understand. It was like that. You know what I mean? That's the way it comes from NASA. Yeah, it's pretty much washed out. It should not look like that. So bringing it down is a task in itself. It's just crazy, right? All these little objects right next to it. But again, if you were to look at this photo here, the very original, what's there to see, folks? Nothing. Wash it out. Nobody's none the wiser. Here's the enhanced view of that green one I showed you, folks. And I've done more work on this one to begin with, but this one here shows what look like roadways or sections of roadways and what look like structures, especially right here. You can see right here. This right here. It's like step, this is coming down. Let's just show the whole thing if we can. And you can see where the actual coordinates are right here in the lower right. Renee, Chris, I saw my high school building on Mars and on Moon and on Mars. Weird. Equalize, that's a good one too. If you look close enough, you can see Harry and Meghan in a yellow taxi. This one here I like. This is of the same area. You can see right here on the right. It's untouched. Raw photo of this crater. And you see enhanced radar image. And I put on there what you're seeing is not natural. This appears to be a large city below the surface. Now, when they took it with radar, sent a radar signal to the moon, and it was about 33 feet below the surface this took the picture of. And you can see the difference between the two, right? You get the Pareidolia crater right here on the upper right in the raw photo. And you see the other ones here. Bessel here. Lynn, Dawes, Luther. And you can see, again, to me, this doesn't look natural. Now, they say that what you're seeing is lava tubes. I'm going, okay, I can buy that. To a certain degree, I can buy that. I'm not sure about all that, though. Of course, we've seen this one here, the raw photo, and they just highlight it. Exposure brought up on these. Original. Listen, this one here on this right side, this raw photo completely eluded me. I did not even see these in a million years. So one day I'm looking at these shaded in areas. I'm like, it's just shadowing. No big deal, Sun's probably coming from the back here somehow, and it's just throwing the shadows here, and it makes sense. But I went, wait a minute, why does this look like this has got a straight edge right here? Right here. There's one here, one. I'm going, what if I just highlight that, if I can bring anything up on that? Well, you can. There you go. And this is only, like I said, this is just bringing it up brighter in that area. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we are, aren't we, Ricardo? He said, just want to say we are now at 2 hours into the live stream. Oh, yeah. Sharpie, you said, a good question. You said, Chris, why have you given up on the moon? I actually haven't. I've been trying to go back and forth with some other photos. Like, you can go through a lot of these magazines of photos from Apollo 15, and there's a ton of them. So what I've been trying to do is go back to those and go through them painstakingly because there's such a ton of them. Now, a lot of them could be anything from their equipment that they're bringing up there to the actual photos, so I'm trying to go through those as well. And I'm going to start putting on like some of these shorts where I'm going to show you what's going to be coming up, because I know a lot of you guys like the moon as well. Some of you folks like more moon than you do Mars, so, yeah, we're going to try to do that. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Comet, you said, why are they there? 5 perfectly aligned craters at the top of that image. Are they craters, though? Mm-hmm. Renee V, what's happening? Good to see you in there. This video, find is in my top 3 of your moon videos. Yeah, I mean, like I said, in a million years, I didn't think this was even going to come out like that. Like I said, I just brought up the exposure. I was like, you got to be kidding. But here's what's crazier, folks. And I didn't point this out at the time, but in the video I did. All this area just to the right of this left, and enhanced photo right here, or part of the photo, right here. Look, there's all mini structures and one long structure, almost like if you could picture like a straight mall type thing anywhere in the world. It kind of looks like there's like a long structure going all the way across, and there's a bunch of little ones all right next to it, right here. And I didn't even bring that up. I didn't even bring up the exposure in that area. And I can actually go back and do that. But right in this area alone, so much in here to see. Jeff Lego, yo, what's going on, Jeff? RGZ said, yeah, big machines that are like a half a mile big or something. It's insane. Well, they're saying that this one over here, this crater, you can just see probably a quarter of it right there. And it wraps around just like this here. This here is supposed to be 4 miles in width. Okay. Now, this thing goes out to, I'm going to guess it's kind of hard to tell. But if you were to go like this here, you can almost envision it going to the very lower left of this photo. Pretty close, somewhere around there, 4 miles. How tall are these things? But they can do that. What's the gravity on the moon? You don't have to worry about this thing imploding on itself because it's too much weight. You don't have that issue on the moon. RGZ said, was that a base or is it still a base? I'm going to say it's still a base. There's no way of really knowing this, of course, right? It's just speculation. But knowing that these things are there, now the one up on the upper left here, whoop, hit that a little too quick. Let me see if I can go back to it. Okay. Right here, it almost looks like a 2-story building. And it looks like just a frame. So I'm not sure of that, or it's just the way it's designed. I don't know. But that's the way it come out, and I'm going, interesting. And somebody had mentioned earlier when you guys were saying that they want, when you look at satellite views of the moon, it looks like it's almost like stone, like it's supposed to blend in. I've said this a long time ago. What it is, though, if you look carefully, you'll see a lot of things under what looks like these white little caps. They're not white caps. That's what NASA or whoever these doctoring these photos up are doing. So when you look at it without enhancing it, it looks like just a bunch of white, or in between the white, it looks like little craters. And clearly they're not. You'll see like a little white cap, and then you see something underneath it. Look at the little figures under it. Looks like straight, like square buildings or some kind of tower. They do that. They put it all over every one of them so it looks natural and nothing there to see. I appreciate it there, Jeff. You said, not much, bro. Good to see you, Chris. Keep up the good work. Well, again, I appreciate that, Jeff. Gage, you said, Chris, the one on the right is unreal. Yeah, exactly. There's 2 of them. There's actually one right behind it. Right there. One big one here. And then you got one right on the side of it. Well, behind it, if you will, depending on which angle you're looking at it. But there's one here and one here. But you would never see that. Like I said, I'm not even looking into the shadows. This is how they mess with your eyeballs. You think everything in here is nothing more than a shadow. Well, it's not. And you can see how grainy this thing becomes. This is the reason why when you zoom in, you go, I don't see anything here. I see shadows. Exactly. If we can give the public piss-poor photos, they won't be able to make heads or tails of this. What I do is I automatically put a little blur into them, right? A little blur so we can get rid of that kind of weird look to it and kind of grainy look. Not a whole lot, because you don't want to blur it out and make something that's not there, because you can still see the shape of that, right? Even zooming in, I can see it. You can still see the shape of that. So it's there. And if I remember correctly, this photo was smaller than this one anyway, so this is the reason why that's doing that too. But if I put it right there, let me see if I can't zoom into both of these. Yep. You can see that. They're right there. And you almost, and then it's like you can't you can't unsee it. Same thing with the one in the back. Same thing. I'll put it, maybe I can squeeze it in there. There we go. One right up here, upper right, one on the upper left. You can see the framework or whatever that's supposed to be. That's right there. Mr. Ricardo, thank you very much for your support, as always, sir. And you're saying thanks for joining to Dave and Jean. We also miss our veterans, Josh D., Lister, and James Cragen tonight. JPL boys got some lens cloth funding, too. Again, I appreciate it there, Ricardo. And, yeah, I mean, yeah, I wonder where these folks are at, especially James. He usually comes in a little bit later, though, I noticed lately. And Josh D., yeah. Oliver Klein, you said, what looks like a crater is a kind of umbrella-like structure. Yeah. A lot of these, again, make it super bright in the areas they don't want you to see so you can hide a lot of objects and make everything super dark. So maybe just the way they're setting the camera up. And then, of course, they're giving you low-res crap photos. So even if they took a really good, sweet, photo, you know what I mean? It's like it's really pristine for the day. Come out really nice. They're still going to downgrade the photo, make it smaller, and I'm sure they got a way to make it grainier if they want to. They may have a program that does that. And if they went through these photos again, because they know people now are going to start scrutinizing these things, they're going to go back through these photos, and they're going to mess with them. And that's the whole idea. I don't think they anticipated that, folks. They're probably going, you realize they got Photoshop now and they've got computers and HD monitors and all this other stuff. We may want to go through this stuff again. Sharpie said, Chris, no wonder the astronauts were silent on the return from the moon. Of course. They've seen, listen, I can't even imagine the things they've seen on the moon. I really can't. It must be like, there's no words for it. I mean, even if you were briefed, like we talked about before, even if they were briefed, and they said, by the way, folks, we got satellite photos, we got these things right here, you can see these, let's say it's something similar along these lines. We have these here, blah, 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 and you go on, and it's no big deal, yeah, okay. But once you get to the moon, now you're excited, of course, because you want to actually be there. You get there in person, and it has to freak you out. One, they're probably incredibly tall, or large, whatever they may be. In other words, it could be, a very large rectangular structure, something tall like this one here. But when you look at it, you go, okay, now I'm in the presence of it. This is like overwhelming to your senses because you're going, this is not ours. So even if if it's something we built there and we crashed it there by accident because we were trying to, at the time get the technology to do it, and we finally get to the moon, but it crashes there, it's one thing to go, okay, well, this is a mission we did. It failed miserably. Here you go. Just want you guys to go up there and do some cleanup in case, the other countries get up there at some point. We want the technology taken out of there. Okay, we'll do that. If it's yours, you go, okay, it's still freaky to be on the moon and getting this. But when you go up there and it's not ours at all, that's where it becomes really bizarre. Then you start going, holy crap. I mean, it's just like, what? And you're next to these structures, large spacecraft. I've done videos on craft is sitting inside crater walls, just really wild-looking stuff. And you're going, if it's not ours, whose is it? Where did it come from? How long has it been there? Who had it? The technology, how far is it, ahead of ours? I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And it appears that it wasn't just one civilization on the moon. Of course, there's no way to know that. But you can bet it's been visited probably thousands of millions of years ago. We don't know. We don't know. At least we don't. Mervyn, you said giant ventilation structures with a question mark? Yeah, could very well be that too, right? Yeah, you got to be careful too, RGZ, because you said on the moon a lot of the stuff is hovering or being held up by a pedestal. It's insane the craters are above ground. What I've noticed too is that they literally try to make things look like craters, and they're not even craters, right? I've seen many a times that they try to, I don't know how to explain it. Let's picture there's a spacecraft there, but they want to white it out too. So they white it out, But before they do that, they put like a line, make it look like it's a round circle. It's like this here, and it's connected to that same object. So when they and then they wash it over, it looks like it's part of that structure. Well, I mean, they're part of that. Well, we can say the structure of the actual, crater, and it's not. It's not at all. I've seen that many times where it's actually a fake crater there. Yeah, exactly, too, RGZ. Said they don't, or they didn't realize we are going to have rewind buttons and be able to modify video. Yeah, or magnify, rather. Exactly. Alien Tenny said the construction of the moon is outstanding. I can only think of two reasons for this. One, a space ark looking for new life. Two, a collab of minds for research. In any case, outstanding. Well, that's true. Shopee, yeah. Just human slaves lifted from Earth to be used as food. Oh, damn. Mr. Jean Ward's taking off. Okay, Jean Ward, you have yourself a good evening and a good weekend there, right? He says, good night, everyone. Or everybody. Yeah, exactly, RGZ. I agree. So that's what I'm saying, that they are not craters. They're making everything look like it's a crater, but it's not. They're not even on the ground. Some of them, exactly. It's just the way they're built, right? Sharpie said all of the neighbors that went missing, all of the people that the government sent to the place, they never came back. And the cat you fed that disappeared, all working on the moon in a mine until they are hungry. Well, I mean, if they had, after the Apollo missions, they still went, and I agree that they did. I still believe that they did. They're going to need people up there to work up there, scientists, geologists, whatever the heck it may be, to go up there and work. And there's going to be, not only just researchers, but there's going to be probably small cities or whatever we got up there. And let's just say that's just far-fetched. Let's just say it's just, scientists up there. Again, if you've seen structures on the moon, you can bet there's plenty of them, whether they be under the lunar surface or not. You're going to want to be there for quite a while because you want to keep, researching these things, what makes them run, every working aspect of it. Do they have like some way for transportation, whether it be underground, some kind of tube, transport, or is it some kind of flying objects or something you can use, whatever. The technology can grab off these things, and there's so much on the moon that you'd literally be there for the rest of your life if you're a scientist, right? Renee V says, Jean Ward and Michelle, good night. We love you, Mr. Ward. Yeah, you folks have a good night. Abstract 1. This is one of my favorite YouTube channels. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that, Abstract. John Ward says, thanks again, Chris and friends. Take care. Until next time. Oh, yeah. 7086 Auto, I think it may be ours. And there was at least one civilization on Earth before us. What I mean is it was us before us. Yeah, exactly. And this may be what we're seeing. I think there's two possibilities in Antarctica, right? I think, it was either us thousands of years ago. And, of course, life here on Earth is cyclical. So, we had one was, a flood. We had another fires and everything else. Maybe from space, asteroids, whatever. Like I said, flood, fire, whatever it may be. A nuclear winter because of that. So on and so forth. And every time we die off, we're not completely dead because there's still people alive. We try to build civilization and it knocks us back X amount of thousands of years technologically advanced. So we try to keep coming back. Even if you were a person who lived and you were like astrophysicist or some guy that's like high into technologically advanced equipment, how would you build it again? everything got completely wasted during that disastrous moment. How would you go about building it again? And by the time you told people, maybe it was a story, you died off. And, of course, everything got buried under the, sand and everything. Maybe from the Great Flood, it just flooded everything over. So there's nothing there to work with. You don't have electricity anymore. You don't have nothing. How do you start over? That's what I'm saying. I mean, and if there was like a dual civilization going on, meaning Moon and Mars at one point, that would be all right. And if you can go back and forth at one point. And then, Mars came to its demise. And now we're going back to, maybe it was, and like I said, us there as well. We're going back there to just go through, whatever and see what happened. Or it's definitely some other civilization, and which I'd probably believe that more, the latter, that there was another civilization. And we're there to do, like I said, do a recon mission and get all the information off there we can. But I agree with you, 786 Auto. Totally. Justin R., he said the moon's position is the most important thing to Earth's climate. And he said even time is controlled. Its position and behavior are unnatural, leading to believe it's a manufactured structure. Well, which a lot of people do believe that. And they do believe it's hollow because it did ring out like a, when it was like hit, with the part of the stage of the rocket. And, that's why they brought seismographs up there so they can measure this. And it rang out like a bell. So two things come to mind. One is a completely faked or built structure. Or two, it's just very cavernous in that particular area. Now, because they did have, lava tubes on the moon at one point. But like I said, a lot of times you can look at a lot of these areas where there's not so much, all you see is like a flat area of the moon. You see a crater, then a smaller crater. Look in those areas. Like I said, if it's mostly barren where there's nothing there other than a crater here, it's completely flat, the lunar surface, completely flat. And it looks like they took Play-Doh and they just made like the wall of a crater, but the floor is the same level as the outside of the crater. Same thing with the smaller one. How is this possible? If there's something else that hits the planet, it's much smaller. It's going to make a smaller crater. It's not going to be as deep. Something that's a mile wide should make a bigger hole than that. It should be much deeper than the outside of that crater. But they did say that there could have been lava bubbles that come up, boom, and then imploded back on itself. Kind of makes sense. It would just drop down. But again, would that not be higher in the middle? Or would that still be the same exact, and it doesn't make any sense, it'd still be the same exact height or the level as the outside of the crater. It's almost like it is completely artificial. Equalizer said, can you print the images after you enhance them so you have a hard copy in case the digital disappear or the channel gets hit? Yeah, I mean, I've got a backup one anyway. I put everything on the external hard drive I shut down when I'm not in use. And 99% of the time it's not in use unless I go in there and look for a photo, which I've been starting to do, go into the older stuff. Photos I had saved, I can just bring them back out. Sharpie said, Chris, it's the same as the industry decline. Trying to make shoes, and we don't now. And the older guys can't pass the skills on, and that's the 15 years. Imagine hundreds. Oh, yeah, exactly. Sky Blue, he said, one scientist said that most likely place we will find life or live there is Titan. Probably is. It's a moon of Saturn. Years to get there. Then a long delay for communications. Yeah. Toes, smell it popping up. Oh, yeah. Equalizer, thank you very much, sir, for your support. Got the flying potato and everything. Gotta love these little animations. They're cool. Pretty funny. Some of them I haven't never seen before. But again, thank you for your support as always. You're awesome. Give them a Round of applause. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oliver Klein. Moon must be a Bavaria blue cheese. It could be. Hard to tell. Yes, sir. Gouda is good. Now we're on the cheese. The cheese. Oh, yeah. Done a couple of these before. Good old Antarctica, folks. Done a video about this in the past. And I've done another one just recently. I think I had done a video on that. Or I showed you on the last podcast. There's some of these wild looking things. We got what looks like a skyscraper way, way in the back there. Just sticking straight up. This thing here, I'm not even sure what to make of that. Right here in the middle of the screen. Got like some kind of, looks like a dome type thing with some kind of weird design feature to it. See that? I hear you, Miss Heard. You said all of this cheese toast and geez, taking me going. I'll get my 6-inch Subway sandwich out of the fridge. Exactly. Rico, you said Saturn III, the best sci-fi movie of all time. RGC said watch Armageddon. That's pretty cool. That's pretty good. And Revenge of the Nerds. Remember that Snotty and Booger? That's pretty funny. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in here. And RGZ said, look at the thing in the background all the way down on the left top from where we're looking. Oh, yeah. Like I said, there's structures all over this. And I've got one that's more enhanced than this, too. All in this particular area right in here. Bring out a lot more. I decided to revisit this thing because, again, folks, look at this. Let me show you the original. That's not the original. Let's go back to the original. Let's go here. Just a photo. Look at the photo. Look at just parts of this. Come on. Look at this part alone in the middle of the screen. Look at the angles of this right here. Nice straight edge going up, goes around. Now it is kind of broken up. I'll back up a little bit. You can see like they're hiding things inside there. They're supposed to be mountains. They're not mountains. That's the crazy part. And you can see this other piece way down here. Pretty done well. Like I said, it looks like some kind of skyscraper type thing way in the back. But you can see the blurring just under it. Now, this photo, I think, is smaller than the other one. This is the reason why it breaks apart easier. But that's not the case. It's like I bring these things out, and you can see them. Can't make out what the heck half of these things are, but some of them look like machinery or something like that. Not sure if you're talking about this one right here, RGZ. Yep, Sharpie, that's Antarctica, yep. Like I said, Julia brought me this. Sarah brought me a lot of these photos. I've got more to share with you folks on that as well. Well, it looks like an arc on there. So, yeah, we got a lot of stuff we're going to be doing here real soon. Yeah, just crazy. Look at all those buildings in the back on the right. Zoom in more, there's like 6 buildings in a row. Oh, yeah. You can see these. Now, a lot of you folks are on probably these small tablets or phones. So for me, I'm like, wow, it's starting to really get large on this this monitor. But yeah, there's a ton of it. And I try not to get too close because of the fact that this thing will break up on you. But right here on the left-hand side, folks, what the hell is that? And it looks like something sticking right out of the hole of this thing right here. It's facing from left to right. Look at the design in this thing and everything. Again, it looks like structures in the background. Renee V said there is that big tower really, how high is that thing? Bizarre. Mm-hmm. They really messed with the part of this here, and I didn't like that at all, but check this out. Looks like things peeking out of certain areas. Look at this here. You guys will love this part. You can see look at just the blurring and the black they're trying to put over these objects so that you and I doesn't, we just don't see it. Check that out. Especially this right here, this very piece right here on the left-hand side with these other pieces sticking up. And look, they're surrounded. They're actually got like this boundary or some kind of construction, and these things are sticking straight off of it. And then you got this white piece right here, right there, just above that cursor, and these pieces right here. Put it right in the middle of the screen, right there. RGZ rather. Look at all of those right angles. Exactly. Michael Williams, he says, it's a fairly small community. There's much more, though. Like I said, like McMurdo and all of these places, lots of stuff to see here. And like I said, we can be thankful to late Sarah and Julia as well, and other friends of hers that are trying to show more of this and get more of this work out. Just crazy stuff. Look at this. I just noticed it. I never noticed this in the background. Check this out. Way in the back. Looks like this sphere type thing right here. Right there. Very faint. Looks like it's got a black part right there. Put it right in the middle of the screen. Right about there. Check that out. Right there. Just above that cursor. Never noticed that before until now. RGZ said, see, people still have to be living on that. It's exactly like the moon. Well, yeah, I mean, there's so many. Here's the thing. You have to try to separate this from the garbage that they put over these photos to the actual photo itself. It's almost impossible to do that because it's all over there. They just put it over anything they can just to, like I said, sometimes you'll see half of something that looks artificial. The rest of it is either completely whited out or it's blackened out. So all you get is like a piece of that. So then you got to try to use a dodge tool to try to bring out that brighter part or the end of that other object to try to bring out the whole object. And again, it's a lot of work. Look at these things. It's crazy. Especially this thing here. I'm going to put this right in the middle of the screen. This white piece right here. See, like right here to the right of that, you can see this white pieces. And you see the black. They're trying to... Here's a perfect example. Look at this. This white piece right in the middle of the screen. It's like they airbrushed half of it on the corner right there. You can see that. Right here. This right here, this weird... Looks like a pixelation. That's where I try to blast through this dark crap they're putting over this. Exactly, Rigo. You said this photo is like a Cracker Jack box. You never know what prize you'll get. And RGZ said, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the background of right behind you is a painted fake. Yeah, the painted fake stuff. But you can see all of the right angles and circles above the ground. Yeah, absolutely. See this thing I call the skyscraper back there. Look at the other items just under it now. You can see that fuzz. This stuff is overlaid over top of these structures so that you can't see it. Sky Blue said, yeah, that looks like a square sided obelisk. Yep. It looks like there's two items sitting right there. If you look in the background, it looks like one to the left, one to the right here. See that? 1, 2. This thing is neat. This thing, really catches your eye right here. Look at that. It's like almost like a teardrop-shaped object, and it's got like a circle here, something sticking right out of it. You back out just a little bit, put in the middle. What the hell is that? Renee Cruz says, UFO junkyard. Listen, if this stuff was not ours, And like I said, Sarah and Julia's thesis saying that the soil samples showed industrialization up to 95 to 120,000 years ago. Wouldn't surprise me. Again, and they had written to me before, just recently, and they said, well, not they, but her friends as well, said, listen, they have confirmed what we've been talking about, how, well, I actually seen this where they had two geologists, I think it was, that had done core samples, and what they were saying was, and you can see the giant, tube of this, and you can see where it's all the way down, you can see like mud and ice and mud, and then all kinds of organics. And there's a whole area full of that. So they know that this was like a plush land, like the Amazon at one point. Christopher Roman, he said, it looks like a huge face. Yeah, I guess if you want to, depending on how you look at it, I guess, but it looks like this weird shiny top with this weird design, and I said it goes up like this, comes back down, comes underneath. Of course, you don't see it on the ground too much because it's like settled on the ground. It looks like a circle, some kind of cutout on the left-hand side. It looks like a circle and something coming straight out of it. It's just weird, man. You just don't know what to make of this stuff. Enrico, you said high strangeness at its best. Oh, yeah. RGZ said it's all built to look like it's meant to be there. They've been there for millions and billions of years, waiting, depending on how you look at it. I went back to an older one, RGZ. He said, I can't believe that they even let these pictures out in the first place. A lot of them have been out for 70 years. You can see buildings in it. Well, exactly. But again, the average person didn't have a computer, at least not 50, 70 years ago, unless, of course, you were, NASA or these other places, high-tech facilities. What are these down here? Try to bring out something there. You can't get the details out of it, but clearly they're literally trying to hide something. Look at this over here. This is what I like, this wheel type thing. See this right here in the middle of the screen? Looks like some kind of large conveyor type thing. RGZ said, if you look at the moon pictures before the 1960s, they did not edit out a lot of the stuff, and it's insane. My buddy has a book. We're checking it out. It's sick. Oh, yeah. Well, a lot of the stuff I was getting from Ken Johnston Sr., which is the gentleman who was asked to throw these photos out that NASA asked him to throw out. They had like 5 books of these moon photos, and he had like, I believe the second generation, first to second gen. The first gen is the actual photos, where in other words, nothing's been messed with. It's all completely like, been manipulated or changed in any way, shape, or form. The second one was, and even his was censored in some way. And there was one, and I'm trying to remember, where in the background, and in fact, they used part of this on the History Channel. What's way back in the background, if you look at the most recent photo of that same area, it's completely washed, almost zero detail. You look at the original, it's been censored, but not nearly as much as the new one. And you can see a lot of stuff in there. There's one that looks like some kind of spacecraft, almost looks like an airplane you'd see here, but not quite like that. Really, really just weird stuff. Yeah, I was going to say that too, Ricardo. I've said that before. You said it looks like a Ferris wheel on the top of the mountain. Yep. Just it looks like framework down here on the bottom. Just weird things. You can see stuff. You can see. Look at the blurring they got in here. But nonetheless, this thing's here. What they are, I have no idea. Rico, you said maybe Antarctica is where the giants or titans lived. It's hard to tell. Planetary Protector, what's going on? He said, hello, everyone. What's going on, Planetary Protector? Good to see you in there. Yeah, RGZ, the second generation stuff wasn't edited out until they figured out, oops. Oh, yeah. This right here. I remember here, if we go back to this side too on the very right, but again, you're trying to bring out stuff that's inside or under this manipulation to make it darker. Sometimes you bring out, like I said, there might be half of this thing showing. Again, take the dodge tool, see if you can see if there's anything else that pops out. A lot of times something will. Or they got such a dense centering over it, it's almost impossible. Like some of this area right here. You can see that. Where I try to get through it, and you can still see the white going through that area. Can't make out what it is. You're not going to get too many details, but here's a perfect example. Look at this white right here. You can see a nice 90-degree angle coming down, straight across, another 90-degree, and then the rest of it is completely in this blur right there. This section right here is the only area between the centering that is not centered. But there's something there. You can still see the white part through the blurring. Bring it out the best that you can. Yeah, I'm seeing what looks like structures. And it's everywhere. And here. Looks like these pieces are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things lined up right here. God only knows what those are. Ricardo Petraz says, BRB. RGZ said, look at the 90-degree angles above it. That's all buildings at the bottom. Oh, yeah. You can see where they're taking this completely out of there. See, you can still see the white under this. Folks, they've been doing this since the moon photos, long before everybody got a chance to see them. They knew people at some point, if they had the technology, it would eventually get out to the public, and of course they would use it. And I've seen photos of the moon where they went back through these things, probably in the 70s, early 80s, and went back through them, because I've had them on, I've had the photos originally on an old computer, put it on the hard drive, saved it to, the most recent stuff I've got, and it's totally different. The photos are completely washed or something's been blurred out completely. Why? Because they knew at some point it was going to happen. But hey, V said it's a boot, Chris. That must be a really big boot. Print Oli says, good day. What's going on, Print Oli? That's a pretty big area, though, RGZ. I'm not sure. He said right there, look at the train thing coming around the corner in the background. I'm not sure how big these structures are, but they must be pretty darn large. Again, we have no reference as far as how far back, because we can do this. That's pretty far back. Zan 3119, good to see you in there, man. How you doing? So that was so cool. RGC Maggie said right above the brim of your hat. Well, I'll have to go back in if I'm going to do that. Yeah, it's hard to actually see, exactly what you guys are pointing out. I get what you're saying on a lot of these, but just like I said, remember, these things are huge, whatever they are. And it just really makes you wonder, especially this thing right here in the middle of the screen. What the hell is that? It looks like some kind of weird crane thing or something like that. And you can see it's structural. It has a wall right here around it. And then just below it, inside all of this darkened out area, they pretty much try to take everything out of it. What the hell is it? Let me see something. We go back to... I can still see that. This is the weird thing. There's a lot of things in there you can still see. And again, if we make this photo smaller, we can make it blurry and digitize it out. Notice how there's squares here, but not too many right here in the blue. It's almost like they're literally going just putting these things on there to take it out. Just this area alone. Look at this I'm going to put it in the middle of the screen. Look at the straight edge of this. Coming over here, going up and going straight across over here. I'm going to back it up. That's a little too perfect as far as I'm concerned for somewhere in Antarctica there's supposed to be nothing there. If you folks didn't get the other Antarctica page that we shared last week, I'll make sure I put it underneath the video again. So you guys can check out the thesis. Sarah's thesis about all of this. It's long. A lot of reading, but very, very interesting. And it just shows a lot of proof what's going on. It's really going on in Antarctica. Zan 3119, he said, Chris, it looks like a small little neighborhood in ruins. Okay, this thing jumped at me just when I was writing this. I was moving it up, rather. Equalizer, he said, I have to go. Cheers, everyone. Thanks, Chris. Woof, woof, woof. All right, Equalizer, thanks for joining us. I do appreciate you. And you have yourself a good weekend there, right? Ricardo, it's got that image quality of a 1990s Omega computer game. Well, again, a lot of these photos, I believe, are downgraded. Like even the new ones, right? It's almost like they can put a perfectly good, let's say they get they probably take it in two different ways. In other words, they'll say one way is like, okay, we're going to take high quality, let's say something on Mars, Perseverance. 4K, maybe 8K, who the hell knows. They take a photo of it, awesome. Switch the camera settings down to 1 meg, and, maybe they can digitize it where it just looks grainy. It takes out certain pixels out of the photo, so when you look at it, it just breaks apart really badly. And just by putting a slight blur, you can kind of puff those other pixels, the ones that are, and you can almost pull out some of the stuff. Some of the stuff is not done like that. It's just simply overlaid with garbage, a manipulation or censoring of some sort, depending on what you're looking at. Zan3119, he said, good. He said, I hope you are well and everything cool. They're at home with the family, and I was watching your videos of the ancient ship the other day, man, mind-blowing. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff in these photos. That's what I love. I mean, it's like somebody said earlier, it's like Cracker Jacks. You never know what you're going to find in these things, right? And it's true, absolutely true. This is the one I had done. This is what looks like vehicles of some sort, and you can see what looks like structural in the background. I've done this a while back. Saying, I know what you mean. Says, sorry, my autocorrect has broken me in the last couple of days. I don't get it fixed. Can't voice text anymore without it coming out screwy. It happens. This spot even right here. Right there in the middle of the photo. Now, when I look at these things, because we brought it out, we can of it, it looks like structures. Almost looks like a freaking bus or vehicles. And what looks like structures in the background. Are they? I don't know. But that's what it looks like. It has an uncanny look to it, right? Here's the original one. Of course, this is not blown up like the other one is, so it's going to stop breaking apart on me, but you get the idea. Those items are right there, right next to each other. And you can see the straight lines in the very background. And you can see the blurring they put over all of this. Now, bring it out. Original moon photo. Mali. There's that video again. That's funny. Funny, but not funny. Like I said, let's see when the time they had it. They're talking about, oh yeah, blue sky, and all of a sudden, wham, it just goes red on this thing. I was like, listen to this crap, you know what I mean? I said, first photo from the InSight lander, and all of a sudden, bam. Like I said, I think it was within seconds. And red filter. These guys are sneaky. Unbelievable. Yeah, there you go, Ricardo. Swarm of bees in front of the lens. I think that was a filter, like I said. They did that purposely just to take out, in case something was there the second they took the first shot. They were probably hoping, oh, God, I hope there's nothing that's going to be revealed. So what we'll do is we'll put a bunch of these spots in there so you can't make it out. Because what it'll do is it'll somewhat blur out the background, right? Because obviously it's going to distort whatever is on the lens. Oops. Jumped right over it. Oh, yeah. Move to the moon. Look at the guy's hand. He's like, the guy with the, that is hilarious. He's literally looking down. He's going, what the? He's got his hands out like, what's this? Watch him. He's putting his hands out like, what the hell? Blue, 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 blue. Looks good. Oh, yeah. The guy's saying, yeah, the sky's blue. And there's something sitting right there in the lower part of the picture. If you really look at it, see it right there? You see something's right there, but, and then within seconds, this thing just goes orange. I'm like, what the hell? It puts this reddish, pukey color on it, and there it is. And yet, that's not what it is. I love it. You got to love that stuff. Misheard. That's what it looks like, an insect swarm. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? I think for this photo here, and this is, I believe this is Opportunity Rover. It's like a 360 degree in this crater. What got my attention to this was just flat area way in the back. How does that happen like that? But that's what caught my attention. I'm saying, what the hell? So if this was some kind of weird vehicle, there's one here, one here. How big are they? Well, it's just off in the distance pretty well. So it's at least the size of the lander, if not bigger. But this whole area has been manipulated right here. There's a lot more stuff in here, too, just below this other object. Oliver Klein said, Chris, remind TGE pitches I send you from the Viking from 75. Are you saying you sent them already, Oliver, or that you have? Steve Garnham, he said Joe found flying insects on one of his videos. Well, I mean, I've been showing that, as well. You got like this thing in the air, and it's got a motion blur behind it. You can actually tell which way this thing's going. And they'll say, well, no, it's just a dead pixel. No, it's not. No, it's not. You can see a motion blur behind it. We've seen things like that helicopter video, the Ingenuity helicopter, there's something flying around it. It's literally flying around above the helicopter, and they want to say, well, it's a micron of dust. No, it's not. Come on. One piece of dust. That's it. You got these rotors that are flying, going, two rotors, 2,400 to 2,800 RPMs, and just one micron of dust just happened to find its way within the picture. Nothing more. Because every other one is heavier, and the blades can't, throw it up in the air. Come on now. Clearly, there's something in the air on that planet. No doubt in my mind. No doubt. Oh, Mr. Billy Carson's in the house. What's going on, Billy? Good to see you in there, man. We need to get that. Need to send everybody over to the to do some voting. What do you think? Thank you very much, sir, for your support. I do appreciate you. We definitely need to send these people over there to the voting. They have actually voting going on, folks, for the best. One of them is anomaly hunters, and my name's one of them. So what do you think of that? I think the other one is Neville Thompson and Martine Graney and myself. So we'll have to get the link to that. Maybe, Billy, you can send it to my, send it to me through Facebook chat or something like that, and I'll put it down there so everybody can go down there and vote. I don't know if the vote is even over yet. I haven't seen the dates on this, so you can clue me in if I'm wrong, if it's still on. But yeah. Really, really cool stuff. Do appreciate you, Billy. But yeah, I'm going to have to get you guys. I've been wanting to mention this because I saw it, it's been a good week and a half, 2 weeks by now. I happened to go on Facebook and I'm looking around and say, I didn't even realize that. But he did send me, if I'm not mistaken, I just looked at that after. I think it was on I think it was in my email. And I looked it over. And I was like, okay. And then I started seeing more and more on Facebook. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And I did catch a live you had on there, Billy. And you were talking about him, Neville, myself, and Martina. I appreciate it. I do. Well, I just scrolled down a little bit. Billy, you said Chris is one of the best anomaly hunters. Well, I mean, to try to bring out some of these things, I mean, this to me alone is just stuff that does not belong on this planet, and yet we're seeing it. They look like automobiles or some weird thing on this in this picture alone. Like I said, this is and there's an ID number, the PIA 06701. Just really cool stuff. Like I said, I never noticed it until I seen that flat area, and that's what kind of got me to go over to it. It's almost like they're leading you over there to see that. And again, this photo's not as big as the other one, so it starts to really break apart. See, I can just really goes to crap. But I can see these things, and that's not even right there. Of course, that's kind of small on anybody's phone or tablet. But I can see these objects sitting right there. Don't have to do a thing to them. Bring it out. That's all you want to do is just bring this stuff out. It's tip one. What's going on? Maybe is Facebook still a thing? Yeah, it's still a thing. Ricardo says, see my Discord on post on getting you a lot together for a virtual conference. Yeah, that would be interesting. That'd be cool to actually do that. Let's see. RGZ said, how can we trust the elites if they know this and won't tell us? Well, the problem is you can't trust them. There are some good sources out there, which is really good, and you just got to know which ones are good, right? But unfortunately, it's all up to us. Now, even Billy has found some things. I think it was on Venus, found some other rather interesting, structures, look like dome structures and stuff like that. It's like you have to depend on a good source because they're not just kind of come out and say it. The thing for me is, like I said, I think what it is, the way they got this set up, it's their way to get out of it. If someday they get taken to court and they say, well, why haven't you told us? We demand the photos. We now seen the originals. There was a civilization on Mars. Why didn't you tell anybody? Well, it's in the photos. We've been showing it to people, but if people want to see it, they'll find it. If they look, if they're inquiring enough to want to see the stuff, they'll tear the photos apart or see it for themselves without doing anything to it, and it's there. So you can't blame us for that. We've been letting the information out. That's their loophole. That's to get out of their red tape, and that's what I believe strongly they're doing. But, like I said, when you start looking at these objects, you're going, there's no way to confirm or vet what these objects are, but they don't look natural, and that's the key, right? So even if we don't know what the heck they are, and again, we can't vet them, it doesn't matter. You can still tell the difference between something that's natural and something that's unnatural. Notice how there's a red filter on this Molly cam. This flips up and down. You can see the hinges right here. This flips up and flips back down. Why would you have that? Think about that a minute. Like you said, Pete, you said it doesn't matter if it's a car. It's definitely not a rock. Exactly right. Michael Williams said, I feel special. Chris and Billy together. Billy's down. What I like about Billy's down to earth. I know him in person. I used to go down there quite a bit. Every time I go on vacation, we'd get together and stuff like that and talk about the finds we found and, solving the world's problems. That's what we used to sit there and laugh and joke about. And it's just awesome to just be with like-minded people who, that are, butt deep, so to speak, in their research. And I find that just awesome, But like I said, this is the Molly cam. This is supposed to see like real close up and everything else. Of course, I think it adjusts. You can, of course, lift this little filter up and you see a normal photo. Put it back down. It's all red and garbagey like we get to see. It doesn't make any sense. But that's what they do. I don't remember where the other photos. I don't think I got it in here. Like I said, this is our Antarctica photo. There's tons of crap in there. I was actually blown away when I first saw this photo because I remember Sarah, when she was with us, I remember looking at this photo and going, she says, you can see like structures up here. She was showing it right in this whited area, right? I'm saying, and I told her, I went back, I said, look at the line here. It's completely blacked out and airbrushed out. I said, this is completely, look at this piece of white right there. This is actual the object, but look at the black around it. They're literally taking this stuff out. I said, you realize this is censored so badly that it's not even funny. What made it more interesting, this is the reason why I really wanted to go after it, because there's so much more. Like I said, you got things that look like this weird object right here in the middle of the screen. Got what looks like this weird skyscraper in the background. Come on. There's so much in here to see. And like I said, this is enhanced, but I showed you this object here in the middle of the screen. It's literally in the regular photo. What looks like structures and framework or whatever the heck you want to call it. This weird looking, and like Ricardo said, he said about, looks like a Ferris wheel in the background or a giant conveyor, whichever comes first, because you can see something that looks like it's flat right here, just in front of it going down, and then you see this large wheel. What could that possibly be, folks? Uncover it. They're going to cover it. We're going to do our best to uncover it. That's all there is to it. Rico, you said, do celebrities know the truth? You can bet if they're in good with, the powers that be, you can bet that they do know. And, they're just keeping it quiet because maybe they said, listen, we'll tell you on one condition, you don't say a word to anybody. Okay. Like if I asked you folks, what would you do if I was working for NASA and I said, listen, dude, I'll tell you the truth and I'll even show you a photo, but you're going to absolutely swear not to say a word. Would you do it? Because here's the thing, you'd be tempted to tell everybody else you know. So what do? It's like you just take it to the grave and just say, guys, I just know for a fact that this stuff is, let's say the stuff they're putting over there is centering. I know for a fact this is centering and these are structures. I've seen the actual photo. Now, obviously, you could never say it, who told you or gave it to you, nor could you tell, show the actual photo or the real one, right? You couldn't do it. Steve, no, I don't. You said, did anyone hear Joe's rant or rage on his recent video? No, I haven't heard it. Was that the one he was talking about other channels where the fake ones, or was it something else? Maybe I missed it. I don't know. Ricardo, he said the thing with Elon Musk and SpaceX program is, yes, he has been told things, but not all things, just some things. Just what he needs to know to operate the program. I think he knows everything, to be honest with you. Listen, if this guy's going to be subcontracted through and it has his own space program, think about it. If I say, I'm going to start using his rockets, he's got renewable rockets, I'm going to go ahead and start using them. And he says, guys, tell me the truth. I'll take it to the grave, whatever. What's up? Yeah, there is life on this planet, or there was life on this. They'll just tell him. Because at some point, he'll end up finding out for himself. He'll send his own probe up there if he hasn't already done it, and see the pictures for himself, see the ground and satellite photos for himself. I mean, it doesn't get any easier, right? So it kind of behooved them to actually just say, yeah. I mean, they're working together now. I mean, he's going to find it at some point. And he did say he wants to die up there on Mars, so yeah. RGZ said, have you ever been contacted and told to shut up? I get, how many times I get asked that question? And I tell people, no, why would they do that? Because this doesn't matter. You're still going to have people fighting. You're going to have people agree and people that disagree. And they're just going to be doing this. And they don't care. Now, if everybody started to listen and said, I don't care what research is letting the information out, could be myself, Thomas, David, it could be any of these guys, Joe, any of these guys letting this truth out and everybody's believing, they're going to be like, wait a minute. At some point, they're going to say, we need to go after these people and either somehow get them to go to court or whatever, to get them to spill the beans and tell the truth. They don't want that. You know what I mean? But they'd rather have you arguing back and forth. Like, again, the example with the, the Viking lander back in 1975. When it landed there, they're still arguing whether they found actual building blocks of life, microbial life. And they're still arguing. A lot of them say, no, that's actually been proven then. But yet they're still using the same excuse today. Think about it. So is it to cover up by saying that, no, that's what we're there for, to look for building blocks. We're still looking for it. No, you're not. You're on a recon mission. And you have been for quite a few years. Zan 3119, he said, wow, you forbidden knowledge Billy Carson here? Yep, he was. I don't know if he's just chilling or if he's, but yeah, he was just in here. Supporting the channel. Good guy. Ann Spence, he said, Elon Musk knows much more than anyone. How else would he be able to plan the Mars expedition? Well, I mean, you could get together, right, with the space program, or whether it be NASA, Bigelow, could be anybody, because a lot of them are trying to go there too, right? You could be in and not be in, but something tells me, I mean, because he is subcontract, he's taking the supplies to the ISS, he's, future trips, and obviously a renewable rocket is like the thing they need, because it costs X amount of dollars to send these things out in space. Now, I personally believe that although they're showing these same old rockets, now they got the heavy rocket, they got all these kind of rockets, I believe they've got much better propulsion. They've had it for years and been going to Mars and back and forth and the moon back and forth. You'd never know it. You know what I mean? But, I mean, now they're starting to come out with, oh, yeah, we're doing ion and different propulsions and everything else, and warp drives and everything else. Folks, they've been doing this for years. They've been working on this crap. You know as well as I do. They've been working on this for years. They probably got it pretty much perfected now, and they've probably been all over the friggin' universe, and nobody would even know it. Of course, you can only go so far in so much time. But, you get what I'm getting at. If they do have a brand new, or a propulsion they've been using for years, anti-gravitics, they've been everywhere in record time. Where now I think it's like 7 months to get to Mars, because it's every 2 years you can go to Mars. You can't do it every year because Mars every 2 years is closest to Earth. So it used to be 9 months, now it's 7. So they shaved 2 months off of this. You can bet they probably shaved it down to a month, if that. If they're using anti-gravitics and everything else, you can bet they are within record time. Tim Houston, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. He said, I agree, Chris, it's reconnaissance. Yeah, absolutely. And, people say, well, how do you know it's that? You can't be sure of that. Well, just look what's in the photos. You don't have to go any further than that, guys. It's right there. Oliver Klein said 8 hours to Mars. Well, it depends if it's anti-gravity or any of that sort. Yeah, absolutely. Watch this giant sunspot erupt in barrage of powerful solar flares as it turns to face Earth. This is where it gets really cool because, well, it doesn't, but it does. Like I said, Ben over at Suspicious Observers, he'll do stuff like this and show you. Do this, get rid of that. And you can see these things erupting. Look at this. Now, if these things turn towards Earth, it could disrupt a whole bunch of communication, satellite, your TV, you name it, it'll mess with it. And of course, you can see this is from the helioviewer.org. Get myself out of the way there. And you can see they're doing it in different angstroms where they can see different filtering and stuff like that, where these things are immense, man. And the planet Earth would be like a little tiny circle right here in the middle of the screen, right about here. Now, you can see this thing's actually turning towards Earth. And you can see that. If that thing was to go off, a couple of those, you can guarantee you'd know the difference. Something would happen here, and they say it had been disrupted by, a CME. Metalhead, you said 30 seconds to Mars. That'd be pretty good. Go on, see ya. A former NASA engineer is now YouTube has created a viral sensation with a video documenting efforts to send an egg to near space to test if it cracks up on landing. Well, obviously we're not going to be able to watch that because it is a YouTube and you get some kind of copyright strike. We don't want that. Sky Blue, he said there's 6 spaceship builders in the USA, all vying for contacts in countries and independence who use them for their own use. Well, here's the thing, too, is it, I think it was Bigelow, right? He just got granted to make the capsule to go to, I guess, for the Artemis mission. I believe it was him. I could be wrong. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. So, again, these guys, and what's he been saying? Oh, aliens live among us and all this other stuff. Is he in the know, or is he just a crackpot? He's probably been studying space for quite a while. He knows. I think what you guys are saying about Richard Branson. Probably knows the truth because he's always smiling. So, nah, Bronson just smokes the herb. He's on the herbage. Gotta love it. Johnny Backwood just said, yep, BP Earthwatch channel monitors CMEs. Yep, there's another good channel. Sharpie, you taking off? You said, got to sleep. Must get sleep. Zan3119, you said, hey, Chris, he used to be pretty regular on Jimmy Roberts when he had his live show and podcast format. Did you ever find out what the insider told him about the civilization? Dying to know, LOL. No, he never did say it. He just kind of said, well, that basically anybody who was doing this were on the right track, right? So, and even I got sent this years ago. Somebody had sent me, and it was an email that you could not write back to. It says, you will not be able to write back to this. And I'm like, oh, bull. So I put reply, and it said, and then I wrote, can you tell me more information? And it said, it was returned to sender kind of thing, because it was just automatically kicked back to me. But they said, you were on the right track. You're doing the right thing. You're getting there. I'm thinking, what? So I'm thinking it's like I said, whatever. So I'll write back. Nah. One-way letter, baby. That was it. And they were telling me, you're on the right track. You got it. RGZ says, so who are all of these people that are going to run these space bases? Well, just people, Like I said, you can almost guarantee, like I said, as far as the moon, after Apollo 17, they never stopped going. And there's so many ways, and we discussed it, they could do that with ease and be totally invisible to radar, so you wouldn't even know he's coming and going. And as far as, it's kind of like anything else. Like you open up a new building or something like that, and and you need, whether it be managers or supervisors of that department, you just, okay, this person's fit for this job, we'll give it to him. But you can bet DOD is going to be involved with all that, 100%. I mean, they already are with NASA to begin with, so 100% they'll definitely be intertwined, we'll use the word, rather. All right, Ms. Hurd, you said, I'm going, everyone. Have a great weekend. Take care and be safe. You do the same. Glad to see you in there. I'm glad you're doing well. And, we'll catch you on the flip-flop there, right? Oh, all these goofy little things, little ads. Complete crap. "100 black hole jets aimed at Earth unleash controversial physics theory. A flavor of black hole known as a blazar often exhibits a behavior that defies explanation. A new study of 106 supermassive black holes may shed some light." See how they did that? May shed some. Anyway. I love this one too. "Earth is safe from a devastating asteroid impact for 1,000 years. Probably. I'm not sure it's even 1,000 years. They won't need to do that because of the upcoming pole shift, which is already going on. "Don't mess with Mars. It has a crust made of heavy armor," scientists say. NASA's InSight mission spotted a Marsquake that probed the thick Mars crust and confirmed why the north and south of Red Planet are so different. The 2023 Humans to Mars Summit is happening now. Watch it live here. Can NASA's Artemis moon mission count on using lunar water ice? Why can't they? They can make energy with that, as long as they got an abundance of it. It'd be nice to see, Elon actually, just throw it out there. I don't think he will, though, because even he, if you think about it, he kind of flip-flopped himself. Remember one time he said, I don't believe there's aliens because they, kind of like everybody else says, they'd probably show themselves and it wouldn't have any problem doing that. And then he'd say, well, he says there is no aliens, basically. And then he says, well, I believe there is actually life out there. Imagine that. Listen, he knows. He's not stupid. Not stupid in the slightest. See our image of the day. Rocket meet rocket. I love this the spaceship, which is crazy what he's built. And the idea of reusable rockets alone is going to make space travel so much cheaper. And that's awesome. Just that alone. Forget about anything else. Baghdad's shiny lights evoke the Islamic Golden Age. Woo. Love how I just jumped from one to the other. Now, funny enough, you can see a lot of this, just the way this looks. You can see a lot of this on Mars in certain places, but you see this right here, and they'll go, oh, it's Earth. See it on Mars? It's just trickery. It's nothing. Oh, no, they've been talking about that, Ricardo. You said, the speed of light issue. In actual fact, Einstein did not actually prescribe the speed of light as fixed. Recheck his public. Exactly. Sky Blue said Buzz Aldrin is 93. I wonder if he'll disclose info before he dies. Even if he doesn't, it would be nice to say he's got this information, got it all, records it. Just tell somebody, by the way, just give this to a news media, if the day of my passing. But he also has to worry about his family. Maybe grandkids, whatever, if you ever spill this out, some of your grandkids or your family or something like that, they'll be lost somehow. They'll end up dead, whatever the case is. I mean, they're slick. I mean, they really are. Yeah, he is, Tim. You make a great point. You said, I think Buzz has a lot of guilt he's dealing with. Here's the thing. Like I said, when these guys saw all this, you can't even imagine what they were feeling or what was going through their minds. So now they come back and they go, by the way, folks, you can't say a word. How do you keep that kind of information inside? The only thing you can do is talk about it with your fellow astronauts that you went up, in that mission with. So you get up there, and I've been disappeared for a long time. At least my face has. So you get up there, you're with the other astronauts, you see these things, they say, and then when you go to this press conference, they go, by the way, you can't say a word. Are you kidding me? So now you talk amongst each other, and you basically go mad because you can't say anything. If it was me, I don't know how I'd act. Knowing that these things are up there, and you go, I wish I could tell somebody. Notice how he went to Antarctica as well, right? You know why? Because they probably said, listen, we can show him what he wants to see because he'll keep his mouth shut. He's done it so far now. Don't worry about it. And they'd be right. But, there was a video going around where he said, the little girl asked him, have we been to the moon? Well, we haven't. I forget how he worded it, but I said, no, you guys are taking it out of context. They didn't say we never went to the moon. I'd have to find that video again, but he does not say that. It kind of sounds like he says that, but that's not what he says. Mimi's taking off. Say good night, everyone, and sleep well. Good night. All right, Mimi, thanks for joining us as always. Thank you for your support. I do appreciate you. And you and the family have a good weekend there, right? Yeah, exactly. D. Comet, you said he said we are all in danger as evil itself. That's what he was talking about in Antarctica. And that's what I'm saying, man. And remember he was actually sick when he came out of there. Remember that? He was in there for like a week or something like that, and they had some kind of heart problems and everything. Yeah, it's probably because of what he's seen there, or just because he's getting old, which is a very good possibility. But the thing is, if you're that old and you go see something else here on our own planet that was something that was a past civilization, it's been there, how would you react to that? Again, knowing it's not ours, or it was ours thousands upon thousands of years ago, and now you're going to see that now, and you're going, this was ours? Well, yeah, clearly you can see it was humans. Maybe they had textbooks or some kind of books or something like that, and pictures on the wall, hieroglyphs. Who the heck knows? I don't know. But the thing is, you get there and you go, what is going on right now? You know what I mean? Yeah, RGZ. Yeah, he was talking about Antarctica. Nicholas, Papaz, he said, yeah, look at their reactions. Yeah, they literally look like they're all lost. We talked about this many a times where they're in there and they're just kind of looking at each other like they're looking down at the table at each other. Yeah, did you see the stars? Did you guys see that? Did you guys see any stars? I didn't see any stars. Who the hell's looking at stars? On the way to the moon, you might go, oh, wow, look at the stars. But when you got there, you totally forgot about all that. You weren't going to look at that crap. You were there to do a recon mission. You weren't there for anything else. These guys get there, then they come back, and like I said, the press is asking them, so what about the stars? Stars? And I didn't see any stars. I didn't either. Did you? I didn't see any. And you could just see the look at it. They're like, oh, man, Jesus. They're literally sitting back on, anyway. You could, it looks, if you could read their faces, they're like, oh, I'd just rather kill myself than be at this press conference. And you can just see that in their eyes, their facial expressions. They're just so blasé. Here's the thing. One of us go to the moon for nothing more than just what they claim. Going there for dust, is going there. It's a huge step for mankind just to travel there to the moon. You would come back. Remember when they took off? Yay! The other people are like, yeah. You're thinking the same thing. You're going, wow, this is fantastic. New feat for the human race. They come back. They're totally in a somber mood. What happened? What happened to these people? They all became basically a recluse, especially Buzz. He became a recluse. He just, boom, that's it. He went into hiding. You couldn't find him for a long time. Then when you see him, he's like this. He's like all beady-eyed. You remember that when he was behind Trump? And they were saying they're going to build a space program bigger and everything else. And he's just like, yeah, man. He had that weird evil look on his face. Like he just like totally out of it. They probably said, hey, take a couple of these cool medications. This way, hey, you don't come out with something bizarre at the conference. And he looked at him kind of weird when he said something about, yeah, we're gonna make this space program bend. He's going, you kind of look at him real weird. It just, I don't know if you guys ever see that. Tim, you said, no way, Chris. They were passengers, and passengers enjoy the view. Well, again, you're literally going there to, the next best thing for man is to take the step onto the moon. You're thinking, okay, so we're thinking technologically, the fact that humans can go from Earth to the moon. I mean, just like I said, it's an amazing feat what they did. You got the, I think it was Apollo 8 or something like that, where they had the fire and everything else. 10 was pretty decent. They were just kind of scoping out the moon, never landed. And then from 11 on, they did land. So you're going there. Are you kidding me? Just the people who've been on the ISS are thrilled because they're just in low orbit and they're literally like thrilled. Yeah, it was interesting. It was cool to be up there with these people. These guys come back, look like I said, they lost their parents in a plane crash. It's bizarre. It doesn't make sense. They saw something that totally freaked them out. Tim Houston, I was going back and somebody else was replying to you too. He said, it's the almost instant transmission in the early unedited Apollo tapes that I can't get past. Well, I mean, if you think about it, it's really not that far for radio transmission, right? Or the moon. But here's my take on that, too. Some people say, well, no, it's nothing more than a staged event. And they could very well be right. At least for the public. Like I said, here's the thing. You're on borrowed time. You're saying, listen, guys, we're going to get to the moon. First of all, you guys know that you could lose your life going to this, right? And they're going, yeah, okay, I'll sign a waiver. Okay, so you're going there. It's scary. The first time you're landing on the moon was Apollo 11. You could crash and burn, die right there. They know that. They know this, and they go, okay. So once they get there, they do their thing and everything else, and they come back. And like I said, and even before they come back, here's the funny thing. You see them messing around on the lunar buggy. Are you kidding me? Throwing rooster tails from the back wheels. Are you serious right now? This, to me, was an actual staged event. Think about it. We can fake that part, so we can show that we actually went to the moon and show, of course, these other countries that we can do it because it was a great space race, right? So we can do it. Check this out. But they're literally playing golf on the moon. Listen, you could die at any given time, but yeah, let's waste time playing? I don't think that's the case at all. I think it really went on. It really did happen. They went to the moon, and they actually went for a recon mission. They went up there to actually study what's on the moon. None of that other BS, like they're sitting there with little shovels and they're picking up saying, oh, looky. That's not what happened. I promise you. And when you look at the photos from the moon, you can clearly see the structures in these things. Just weird objects laying right in front of these astronauts. One photo I did, it looks like the astronaut's way back here, and his structure's all behind him. Wow. I mean, it's crazy, the stuff that these people were looking at. So they weren't up there looking at, soil samples and BS like that. Come on. No, Tim, they did. I mean, I know what you're saying. You said, Chris, much respect for you, but you really need to seriously consider they never went past the Earth orbit. They did. One of the biggest arguments was about, these radiation fields and stuff like that. I'm going, listen, the fact that is, like I said, there's always two around Earth, but sometimes it's three, and I've said this before. The Van Allen belts change with the solar activity. Mostly there's two. Sometimes there's three. Now, the Van Allens will actually weaken with the sun. They know this, okay? So they literally flew out, went north towards the poles, and went out. Why? It's the weakest at the poles, okay? And it's not directly at the sun. So in other words, it'd be stronger where the sun's shining, where that is not. And if you're going on a cycle where the sun has the least amount of activity, the weaker they are. So now you're down to two and they're weak. And they said you can go through the Van Allen belts. This is proven. You can look this stuff up. Just look at the peer-reviewed stuff. And they said even if you were going straight through them, you could still have no problem, as long as you're not there for X amount of time. Once you get there, 100% they can get there. A lot of people try to disprove it. They say, well, how did they get the lunar buggy up there? It's sheer ignorance that stops people's minds from growing. Look this up. Like I said, there was like 6 people trying to get the contract to build that. They go, well, look at the size of the lander. There's no way they got this thing on the lander. Yes, they did. They folded it up like a picnic table. It's in a video. I think it was, like I said, I don't know if it was Grumman or whoever it was that actually got the winning contract for it, but they made it. Literally, it's folded up inside this thing. You bring it down, and the wheels pop. They popped out. Both of them. I've seen the thing. I've seen it in real life. Very small, very light, purposely. 4-wheel electric wheels. So each one had an electric motor. One of them died on them. But they still did what they had to do. One of the fenders broke off, and they put one of the books on it. If you've seen the photos, you know what I'm talking about. Listen, I'm not here to convince anybody. I'm just saying what I've read up on and the research I've done And then the stuff that's in the photos, for me, 100% they went. Now, did they fake some of it to make it look like, they did all of these things on the moon? I think they did. I think they had a video for people here on Earth, but they really did actually go to the moon, and the photos tell me that they did. And some people go, well, how do you know that's not a stage and they just took out the stuff on the stage? Okay, we'll go with that. Again, you're the smartest people on the planet. Why would you take a photo of anything in the photo, in that background, anywhere in there, other than the astronaut, the moon buggy, the lunar surface you can fake, a backdrop you can fake mountains, sure. But then you'd have to go, okay, so why would anybody leave anything on the stage that they have to blot out? Kind of like the Mars photos. Why would they need to do that? There's no reason to do that. You just simply take a photo of anywhere on Earth, or if you got a stage like that, you take everything off the stage. There'd be nothing else to see. But yet we see structures and machines. It's absolutely been real. It's definitely real. Well, when you say, but Chris, why would they fake any of it? Well, they'll fake it because, again, we were in a space race. So we want to make it look like we did more than the other country ever did. But Russia was there before us. Okay? Russia was there before us, so we had to show them up. Now, they never did send any cosmonauts up there. They sent their Lunicod rover up there, which traveled pretty far. Okay? Throat's getting itchy. So we were able to send astronauts. But the video might have been there just to piss the other countries off and say, by the way, look what we did up here. You didn't even come here with people. We did. But if they were to show actual photos and actual footage, they'd be like, whoa. But why do you think they send a rover up there instead of men? Well, one, you're not going to lose people if you have an accident. Two, I don't need to pick up anything on that moon. I could take photos of it and send it back. I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to send a person up there. I could just rove around up there and take all the photos I want up close and everything, send them back to here to Earth. It's just that simple. And Spence, he said, and I've heard this argument before too. There are actually some people that think that all Mars photos are on Earth. I've seen it where people have taken like mountains and they moved it, but they've been proven to be superimposed, the rover itself. So they're just trying to, again, it's disinformation they're trying to like send out. So to counter the stuff that's coming out. So if it's real stuff, they're trying to counter it. So this way here, this is the whole plan. Just have them fighting back and forth. So nobody knows really the truth. Oh, they never been there, or that's faked, or whatever. Like I said, they're going to fake stuff, but they're not going to show what's really on the moon. Why? They don't want other countries knowing that what they're up there really doing. It's as simple as that. Nicholas, you're right. You said brightness of the moon is said to negate the star illumination. Okay, this is what I tell people. They go, well, why can't you see damn friggin' stars on the moon? Okay, walk outside at 12 in the afternoon in your time and go have a look, see if you can see any stars out. You can't. The Earth is much too bright. You're on the moon, no atmosphere, and it's going to be bright in hell up there if you're directly in the sun. Of course, it's going to be quite hot. What makes you think you're going to see stars? You taking over, Ricardo? Is that right? Good evening, Americas. Good night, Europe, and good morning, Pacifica. Love you all. Fantastic comments, questions, ideas from everyone. See you all next time. Well, I appreciate it there, Ricardo, and thanks for the support as always, and your comments as always. And you have yourself a good weekend there, right? Dan B said, ultimately, it doesn't matter why they would fake something if you can prove that they are faking it. It's not, I'm not saying one way or the other, but you can go with is it happening first, ask why later. Yeah? Darth Demon says, and the Earth is flat too. Nope. Ugh. They are NASA, U.S. government, and all the special effects filming crew who worked for Stanley Kubrick to stage the moonlight. Exactly, and that's what that's where a lot of that comes from. People say, "Well, it's Stanley Kubrick." Let's say, for argument's sake, it was. That doesn't mean the whole thing was faked. It just means they made a version of it for the people to basically swallow. But if you remember correctly, what was it? What was his name? That newscaster that was on there, and all of a sudden the live feed went dead for like, was it 20 seconds? Here's the funny part. When they pan, what was it, Walter Cronkite? When he was on there, and I've seen this myself, they literally were doing this. They were panning, and there was these white blocks, like structures, right behind it. All of a sudden, they went back to the left real quick. Any of you folks see that? Oh, and Tim, here's the thing. I respect your views. You said the only way for me to make a sense of it all, of the contradictions and mess and questions about Apollo, is that it was faked. But I get it. That's just what I think, and I won't try to convert. No, and that's the thing. And I respect your views. Like I said, I've just done, when you hear a lot of these, it's funny because we brought up flat earthers. When you see a flat earther, right, they try to convince you that the moon landings didn't happen. And if you watch enough of them, you'll believe that. However, if you look it up, again, with the lunar buggy, how'd they get that on the moon? Well, it's very easy to answer that. Just watch the video of it. You put, I'm trying to remember what the name of the video was. I don't remember what it was called now. It's been so long since I've seen it. But they literally show how they designed it, folded into this thing, and brought it up there. So it took time to actually make prints of this thing. And here's the thing, too. They made this thing as light as possible so that, 2 astronauts could be on it and everything else. It's like a tubular frame and real lightweight and everything else. But when you learn what they put into this thing, keep in mind, the people that were, listening to this broadcast. Now, when I say broadcast, I mean people from ham operators who were listening to the actual crew, not so much the NASA's base here on Earth. We're talking about up on the moon. They were literally listening to them. They have Yagi antennas, which are highly directional, pointed right at the moon, listening to this conversation on a 2-meter band. That's a fact. You can look this stuff up. There's so many things pointing that they did. Now, I do understand the argument as far as them being faked, because most people have said that. But do they say that? Is the argument put out there just so you can go, yeah, so maybe, because these people are finding these things on these moon photos, but if we throw that out there, we'll have an argument. We never went to these pictures of BS. Think about it. Makes perfect sense. You can throw a friggin' wrench in the spokes. It makes perfect sense to do that. Nicholas Papas, thank you very much, sir, for your support. I do appreciate you. That's awesome. Round of applause. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, like I said, and I understand when I first heard this argument, I was like, it's actually got some weight to it. However, again, do the research. I am Merkin. He said, the only thing I regret is I'm too old. Too old now to volunteer for colony work when people are going to Mars. And now I'm stuck on Earth. Oh, man. Nicholas, you said, it's 10 a.m. Do you know where your children are? It's only 7 here. Mr. 7-Digit. What's going on, man? Good to see you in there. It's just Swampcast. Let it go. I never thought of that. Renee V, you said you're telling Tim, you can say whatever you want. Your opinion is just okay. Yeah, and he's entitled to it. Absolutely entitled to it. No, you don't look crazy, Tim. I'm glad you raised these questions. I'm glad a lot of people do. Because I've heard the argument. I know. I've been back and forth, believe it or not, with a lot of flat earthers. Literally, and one of the biggest ones out there, and I don't remember his name. It's been years ago, probably like in 2012 or something like that. And going back and forth. And every time I raised an argument, he was like, oh, satellites are fake. Really? Oh, okay. Well, I've got a C-band dish, it's a 10-foot dish, and it's highly directional. You can't get until you literally pinpoint. It's not like a dish, like a Dish Network or Direct TV, the smaller dishes, because you have a lot more powerful satellites now in space, so you don't need a big satellite dish. The difference with a 10-foot dish, because it was made for a low-powered satellite, those things had to be pinpointed right on, and I mean dead nuts on, where when it rains, that 10-foot dish didn't flinch. You could have thunderstorms, you could have a sheet of rain come down, don't even flinch. Can't say that about the other satellite dishes. So mine was so fine-tuned, I was tracking 23 satellites, KU and C-band, tracking them in the sky, okay? They said, well, you don't understand. The information you're getting from these satellites are just, like from antennas right here on Earth. That's not true. Do the frickin' math. Like I said, if that was the case, I could point this thing upside down and everything else and still get the signal in, right? That's not true. You literally have to tap onto these satellites. They are out in space. And, when I brought this argument up, one of his watchdogs would come out and they start attacking me. So, well, that's what I expected. And I've had that hobby for a long time. I had the 33-inch, KU band dish. I've had this. I converted the C-band dish to a KU and C-band so I can catch all the satellites, at least most of them. And so, I mean, you pretty much figure this stuff out. Satellite radio. Same thing. Oh, there's no satellites out in space. But yet I can go out and cover my antenna, my satellite antenna on my car, and literally take the signal out. Wait a minute. If it's on Earth, then I shouldn't be able to block it out. Go like this to touch your FM antenna next time. I promise you, on a strong signal, you're not taking that out. Why? Because it is local and it's terrestrial. It's on Earth. Try to do that with a satellite. Go underneath some trees and everything. It's gone, just like that. So it's coming from outer space. It's not coming from terrestrial antennas. Doc Demon, you said that would be a good way to ease the prison pop. Send them over to hard labor on Mars. There you go. Marco Besta, yes, I've seen that line more than once. What's going on, Marco? Hope you're doing good. Well, again, Arts and Crafts, that's a great question. You say, how do you watch your TV? It depends. Are you watching over the air? Then you're getting local channels. You're getting them from towers that are not far from you. That's terrestrial antennas. That's terrestrial antennas on the ground. Makes perfect sense. If you want a super good signal, you will have an antenna that you can, it's a directional antenna. Like mine, if you guys have seen the old antennas that have they look like bow ties, right? Mine is a very large antenna that literally bends in half purposely so you get signals from both areas so I can get all of my channels. Now I can use an omnidirectional, which means I get it in every direction, but they won't be as strong and I won't get them in as good. Now, as far as satellite TV, I can't get that with my over-the-air antenna. It's not going to work. Different frequencies. And it's out in space. You know? Exactly. Darth. I'll call you Darth. Or go on an aircraft at over 48,000 feet. You can see the curvature of the Earth. I've done that. I've actually said, if you look at my video, our Earth is not flat. I literally go in there. When they talk, it was funny because when they talk about, oh, yeah, you look at the, a camera lens, it literally will bend the picture. It looks like that weird fisheye. And they said, and even the windows on the plane will distort what you see. I sat literally at the window with a camera. Nothing was distorted. I was looking at the control tower. None of the antennas were bent. Everything was completely straight, normal, like it should be. There was another plane on the tarmac. Everything was not distorted whatsoever. So that theory went out the window. And then I went up in the air. We were like, it's 35 or 40,000. I think we were just about 40,000, somewhere around there. And you can see the actual curvature. I took the snapshot. When I got home, I put it in Photoshop, made a straight line. You can actually see it. I mean, but they want to drum this shit up, but they're not using common sense. Everybody's just following instead of actually doing their own research. That's my biggest issue. Let's see. Yeah, there you go, Renee. Rabbit ears, UHF, VHF, all that good stuff. Tim Houston, yeah, you make a great point. I did read your other ones too. You say, I'll just leave it right there. But no, I'm glad you bring these things up. And listen, like I said, I respect your views. You said we can read a number plate from the commercial sats here, but the lunar satellites have the crappiest resolution. Great point. If you go to the LRO-C, which is the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter Camera, there are some that are undefined, unmatched details of the moon. They really are. Super good quality. Even the cameras they had during the Apollo missions, right? Great cameras. They still make great cameras to this day. So you make a great point. So why can't we see a good picture of the moon? Now, some of them are fantastic, like I said, and they completely look good. Then some of them, they completely washed out. Why do you think that is? If I was going to, here's a perfect example. I'm looking at your license plate I'm sitting at home. Okay, I know where Tim lives. Okay, I've hacked his shit. I know exactly where he's at. Right here, I'm looking at the map on my screen. Okay, he lives over there and right there on that street. I'm going to go ahead and look at it. But if I was doing that and I wanted to block it out, I can blur out your license plate. If I wanted to prove to you I could see you, I could do that. And say, this is your house, this is your car, but I blocked out your license plate. I intentionally blocked it out for what reason? So nobody else can see it. It's kind of like when they post their cars or trucks on like Facebook yard sale or some crap. What do? You put it on there, but you block out your license plate. Why? Because it's something it's intentional. You don't want somebody to see what it is. It's the same thing they do on these photos. Some of them are super pristine. Like I said, look at some of the LROC photos. Pristine photos. Other ones are crap. Why? Some areas have nothing to show. Some absolutely have something to show. That's the difference. And it's no different on the Martian photos. Some of them with the Molly cam, crystal clear, like 4K. Crystal clear. Look in the background, just in the background, when it's looking down at this particular rock, look back and you go, why is this so blurry? It looks like crap. It's not because the camera's out of focus. It's because it's crap. They, like I said, they use, and I'm trying to remember what they call it now, Z-stacking. Z-stacking is basically they take like I said, you got a rock, let's say a mountain, and then you got an outcrop of rocks 6 feet from the rover. What they do is they take photo of the foreground, photo of the midground, then the background to take it. What they do is they combine all of these layers so that you get everything is within focus. So everything in that and then you can look this up. Look up Z-stacking. Everything's supposed to be perfectly in focus. This is the reason why they do that. So they'll take the background, focus it perfect. Midground, focus it perfect. Same thing with the foreground. Because you know as well as I do, if you focus in on a camera on the foreground, what happens to the background? It goes blurry, or vice versa. So they do that. They Z-stack these photos, and then they stack them on top of each other. But here's the thing. I think they go a step further. They put something, their own manipulation and censoring over, and they stack it on top of that. Then they give you the latest photo. That's exactly what they're doing. I said, you don't have to believe a thing I say. Look the stuff up. Well, now you asked Sky Blue, you said, but what was he talking about? That's the big question. He was almost in tears. You're right. So that could mean two things. One, like we're talking about, it could have possibly been all faked. Is there a possibility of that? Sure. There's always a possibility of it. And you know what? The second I ever found out about it, I blurred it all over the darn internet. Secondly, or there's much more to it. If you remember when he talked about it, and was it Neil Armstrong? No, I thought it wasn't even Neil Armstrong. No, maybe it was. Maybe it was. If you remember correctly, a lot of these astronauts later on in life, they actually admitted there's aliens out there. Think about that. Now, they never said any of that during the Apollo missions. Some of them, before they died, actually talked about, yeah, they're around us. One of them, and I'm trying to remember if it was Neil or if it was, oh, God, I'm not going to remember his name now. Anyway, he talked about, he had his own crew and everything. They were doing scientific research. But he would say, yes, there's absolutely, aliens have been around us for years. Why would this astronaut say that? So did he pull it out of his rear end? Or did he actually see something or know something he's in the know? Now, he didn't give out any sources because obviously they'd probably shoot him. But you know what I'm saying, right? So there's much more he's probably saying. Or it could be totally opposite, which I doubt. Because like I said, all of these guys went into this knowing that we're going to see something we shouldn't see. Yeah, exactly, Tim. He said you wanted to say something, but not openly. So the question was, what was it? Mr. Seven Digit, you said billions of dollars for a 480p image. Exactly. Again, let's go back to Mars for a second. Both the Curiosity and these other rovers were capable of 1080p at least of video and photo. Never seen a video, ever. Photos, mediocre at best. Some of them were pretty darn good if it was close up and wasn't showing the background. Okay. The Perseverance is 4 to 8K video and, stills. Same thing with the Ingenuity helicopter. Same darn thing. Now, they say that the helicopter is being used to help the rover navigate, through the terrain. Why didn't they do that for Curiosity? Curiosity had no problem doing it. It's autonomous, just like the Perseverance is. So they literally can navigate by themselves. They don't need no helicopter. So what's the helicopter for? One, they wanted to prove they can have space flight on Mars. Two, and I think the biggest reason was that they're going places where the rover can't get into. Austin Krauss, you said they need to get better at editing their photos. No, we don't want them blocking it all out. Yeah, Steve Gonham, that's what they're saying. They say humanity's not ready for the truth yet. And that's the key to it all. The Brookings Report state that. Hide everything. Back in the day, like I said, it was tough for these guys. Like I said, when we talked about this before, they had War of the Worlds on the radio back in what? Was it the 40s, I think it was? And people were freaked out. Might have been even earlier than that, but let's call it the 40s. People literally turned their radios on and thought it was real. People were committing suicide, thought they were literally being attacked by aliens. So what kind of people would you want to show real photos of stuff on the moon or now on Mars? Mars is a little bit more easy to swallow because we'd probably be desensitized to it by now. However, some people go, there's actually other people out there? What happens if it's like Independence Day? We're all going to die. People can get freaked out for the silliest reasons. So are they going to be forthcoming with this information? I don't think so. Unless we finally get on Mars ourselves, make a base on the moon, at least officially, on the moon. So we'll say now we're spacefaring. Again, we'll be all set up we'll have a civilization on Mars years and years from now. And I mean like a regular community, not just scientists. And then they can say, oh, by the way, we found what looked like ancient ruins on Mars. Wow. It wouldn't even seem like a big deal anymore because we're there. We've flown there. We don't care anymore. Right now, it would be a big deal. Yes, exactly, Nicholas. During the Orson Welles broadcast. Yes, Oliver Klein, yep. Does a copter not need air to fly and hover? Yes, absolutely. Now, what they do is they simulated the Martian, atmosphere in a test cell. How do they do that? Well, they got weather stations on the rovers and the landers and so on and so forth. So even I think the Sojourner rover, which was it was a Pathfinder lander, the Sojourner rover, the first rover in 1997, they had a weather station on it as well. And I believe even I'm not sure if, I'm trying to think here if it did or not, the Viking lander, if it had anything on there. But regardless, let's say it didn't. Who cares? The thing is, it's like they tested the atmosphere. They know how many millibars, whatever, depending on how you measure it, the pressure, so on and so forth. This is the reason why they can turn these things up from 2,800 RPMs to 24 to 2,800 RPMs on these opposing blades. And they got it to fly. First, if you ever watched the video, they kept trying, the thing would not get off the ground to save its life. They finally got it corrected, and then it could fly. Makes sense. It's all about testing. Exactly, Tim. Yep. He said people who stray too far off the reservation do seem to die suddenly and mysteriously. Do you know how many scientists lately, well, not lately, probably a while back, that were going to divulge some kind of information, they had like a Cessna. I don't remember what scientist this was, but crashed in the middle of a city. Somebody's brakes go out. They want to let this information. They go, no, you're not going to do that. Don't worry, we'll persuade you. You'll have a terrible accident. And that's what sucks. Listen, again, I mean, it comes right down to, here's a couple examples, and we'll make this short, and we're gonna go. But right off the bat, they were doing testing and germ warfare in the New York subways, I think in the 40s or 50s, killed a bunch of people in it. Why? I just want to see if it works. It's simple as that. When you have the SR-71, it's a perfect example. This thing was probably written up or made, the blueprints back in the 40s, was made and flown and tested everything in the 50s and didn't become declassified until the 80s. I think it was 84, 85. 30 to 35 years. Silence. Complete silence. Why? Well, because they didn't want the other countries to know what kind of weapon we had or what kind of surveillance aircrafts we have. It makes perfect sense. Hush. Keep the word shut. You know what I mean? So, and now they got like the TR-3B. They got all kinds of weird shit now. And they probably have something you would never in a million years understand. We would look at it and go, what is that? Again, technology, man. That's what it's all about. Keep it hush to the other countries. Go up and get the information we need, whether it's on the moon, Mars, wherever it may be. Don't tell a soul. Get it for yourself. At the end of the day, it's about who's got the biggest toys and the biggest military. Excuse me. So it makes perfect sense to do what they're doing. Keeping it hidden, Yeah, that's an entirely different subject right there. You're right. Subject change. Skinwalker Ranch. Insane. Just wild things going on. It might have been Sky Blue. He said, I think the Apollo 17 astronaut said he saw a craft outside the window. It might have been CERN. Well, even on the Apollo missions, the Apollo 11, they said the same thing. They said, well, like Buzz said, he goes, well, we saw an object out in space, didn't know what it was. We asked a command center, is there something in our area like a rocket booster or something like that. Was it something? Said no, there's nothing in that area. Yet we saw it, so it is considered a UFO. And he's right. Technically, he's right. Unidentified. What the hell is it? Yep. Nicholas, the Aurora as well. Yep. Now, they do have recordings, and I think Thomas has that, where you can actually hear the astronauts talking. He says, oh, look at the lights down in those craters. And you can hear him talking back and forth. Yeah, I know what you mean. He goes, I wonder if they, what did he say? I wonder if they ever get out. That is bizarre. Who the hell talks like that when you're flying, when you're orbiting above the moon? It makes no damn sense. But it happened. Anyway, folks, we're going to jump on off this bad boy. Man, we've been like really banging on this thing, haven't we? Got on there 3 and friggin' 3.5, 4.5 hours. Ain't nothing wrong with that, is there? But I want to thank everybody for being here. I love the conversations. I love people's point of view. You're not going to be shunned here. You know, you come here for that reason. This is the reason why we raise the questions. We talk about it. And it's not to convince either or. It's the idea to just get it out. So you can have a conversation about it. Your views are always invited here. This is the reason why we don't dog each other for stupidest things. You got an opinion. You deserve it. You have the right to it. And the thing is, to me, it's like, I love the idea of that. It could be opposing, opinions. There's nothing wrong with that. But as far as support and everything, it's awesome. You guys are great. Love you guys all. It's, again, it's always a great bunch of people. We have just a great time on this, no matter what it may be. Thank God I'm getting off this. My voice is going to take a crap on me. But, yeah, I mean, so, I want to thank you all for being here. The great support. The conversations are awesome. I want to thank all the new people for being here. Again, I hope you subscribe and hit that notification bell, because a lot of people, they'll just jump on it, but they won't do that. We got a lot of great content in here to show everybody. So, like I said, I hope you are. But, I just want to thank everybody being here. Like always, it just means the world to me. We can actually sit down and have this conversation. It's just awesome to be able to do that. Different views here in the chat, the super chat. Like you guys, like I said, the support is overwhelming. It's awesome. Like I said, you guys are the best. I do have people. In fact, you didn't see me looking at my phone. I kept going like this. Somebody says, oh, how can I, donate to the channel? And I gave them a couple options. I said, you can go here. Or I was just like this. My hand was over here. I was going. But, we got the PayPal at the top of the chat, the super chat. So it helps them either way. But anyway, so I appreciate all the support, verbal, otherwise, doesn't matter. It's just awesome to be here. And I didn't want to miss this one. I got in here late, which sucked, but it is what it is. And I was just like, well, I want to at least get on this one here because we missed the last one. And I was kind of bummed out about that. I just want to be on here with you guys. But anyway, I'm going to let everybody go. I hope everybody has a great night or morning, depending on where you're at. Evening, early evening, because if you're in California, you're like 4:27, almost 4:30, and I'm at 7:27 p.m. So, and anybody else around the world, appreciate you being here. Much love to you all. Everybody be safe. We'll talk to you soon. Look out for the shorts, because I'm going to show you what's coming up, as well as the videos as well. So, again, stay tuned. We'll talk to you guys soon. Have a good one. Peace. All right, folks, the streamer is now going to be shutting down. Once again, thank you all for a great evening. We'll talk to you soon. Peace.